The La Quinta City Council meeting for Tuesday, June 3rd, 2014. First item on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. I'd ask that you all please rise. Place your hand over your heart and repeat with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Next item on the agenda is public comment. Anybody wishing to speak on an item which is on the agenda, I'd ask that you please fill out a request to speak form. It's a form like this. It's in the back of the room, and give it to our city clerk. At this time, anybody wishing to speak on an item not on the agenda may do so. I do have 3 requests to speak, so if you would be so kind, when I call your name and come up to the podium, give us your name and address for the record, and if you could keep it within 3 minutes, I'd appreciate it. Thank you. First one is Christopher English.
Mayor Aldoff and distinguished council persons, my name is Christopher English. My address is P.O. Box 143, La Quinta, California. I've been here for 50 years, and I'm here to speak on behalf of Rouse. Okay, Rouse is the magnet store over here at this shopping center, and it is very important to all the people in the Cove. It is very important to the people in the senior citizen area apartments behind there. And there's a lot of people who get their prescriptions from Rouse. Now, there are no bus stops down Washington to Vaughn's, to Stater Brothers, or Trader Joe's, and there's no bus stop to Jefferson Rouse. So these people who are not driving, not to mention plenty of them who have to use their little wheelchairs, go to Rouse. Not to mention the blight that would be caused by having that thing vacant. There's a perfect example in an article today in the Desert Sun of the Vaughns in the Rancho Las Palmas shopping center. The place is a ghost town. Now, for whatever reason that Rouse is deciding to leave, which the city was not aware of until a week or 2 ago, on what Rouse called was a Black Friday, I found out when I was shopping there and relayed it to a good friend of all of us, and she called the city, and the city, whoever she talked to, had no idea. Well, why didn't the city have an idea that they were bailing? And where was the Chamber of Commerce? I thought all these people were involved in economic issues ahead of time. Now it's getting late. So we need to find out why they're leaving. We need to find out if it's the rent's too high. Whoever owns that place and develop, work a deal with them. No rent, or a little rent, is better than no rent, not to mention the blight and the thing of it being vacant. And you know as well as I do, if they leave, it'll be a year at the least that another tenant is going to take over that place, not to mention remodel it. So all the people in the Cove who suddenly have to drive clear out to Vaughn's, clear out to Trader Joe's, or whatever, go around the roundabout to go to Jefferson. Gee, I wonder if that would get too congested, and somebody going out there to get baby formula gets hit by a Mercedes going to PGA West. I mean, you know, what the heck? That thing's dangerous enough as it is. Adding extra traffic to get to Rouse out there, adding extra traffic on Washington when they could just go to Rouse right here. I think the city should get involved and find out what the reason they're leaving and try to solve the problem. Find out whoever, I mean, obviously you know who owns the place and who rents it. Tell them to give them a break. Well, I wouldn't say that. But anyway, that's all I'm saying. And there's plenty of people who aren't here that have no idea. They don't read the newspapers, but they shop at Rouse, and they're going to be driving from the Cove, and they have no place to go. So all I'm saying is do whatever you can to keep them from moving out, and that's it. Thank you.
Mr. English, we agree with you totally. Our problem is Rouse is not communicating with us in that we have contacted them. They are not getting back to us. We just don't know what the situation is. We're looking at all alternatives of what we can do in case they walk away in July, and that I've had several meetings with our city manager, and we've had staff working on this thing. We're looking at alternatives in that. I had a letter, an email yesterday in regards to a lady that was saying something about, why are you trying to bring Walmart in? Well, understand, Walmart grocery stores came to us, several years ago, and they wanted to build up on Fred Waring and Washington. I thought, well, maybe this is the opportunity to have them come in with a grocery store. But Vaughn's is not interested, Stater Brothers is not interested, Sprout Reed's is not interested. They say we have facilities here. We're doing whatever we possibly can to bring somebody in there to take over immediately so that we don't have a void spot here from the Cove and the village area here where people have to go, like the old days, clear up the Vaughn's to go shopping. And that's what it was when I moved into La Quinta. There was no shopping other than Vaughn. We don't want that. We've got a Ralph's store here. We lost the Fresh and Easy and we need to bring somebody in, and we know it, and we're doing whatever we can. But this is a private business, and we have no control over a private business. As much as we'd love to say, you can't go, they're going to do what they feel best for them.
Well, I appreciate that, and that's why everyone that I know and everyone I can encourage to buy one thing at Ralph's, get a receipt, and go on the back of it, and bar their email and their phone number, and we'll get a grassroots thing going, and
I'm with you. I'll
maybe we
sign
can
the
save
first
it before
one.
they go out.
I'm with you.
All right.
And anything that we can do, but understand, we are trying.
Well, I believe that. I know.
And we don't want it. We don't want to see it happen. But we're in a position where we're doing what we can, but there's only so much we can do.
I understand it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. English. And okay, Sheila Clemens.
My name is Sheila Clemens. I live at 51745 Avenida Bermudez, La Quinta. I've been here for over 20 years, and I was just terrified when I heard that Ralph's was closing. I thought, oh my God, that's going to be the beginning of the end of that whole shopping center. First Fresh and Easy closed. Now Ralph's is closing. I just was here in support of Ralph's. I mean, if I have to drive 5 more miles out, my ice cream's going to be soup by the time I get home in the summer. But I don't want to see that turning into a ghost town, because I can see that Ralph's is the main reason a lot of those other little shops in there are there. So I just wanted to give my support for Ralph's.
Well, we're with you, Sheila. You know, it's a bad thing for us, and we don't want to see it. But you know, we're in a position where there's only so much we can do, but we're doing everything we possibly can. If there was a way we can work with Ralph's, but when they won't communicate with you, what can you do?
No, I agree, and I will go home and I will get on my computer and I will get to Ralph's.
Yeah, well, we'll do everything we possibly can, that if it isn't Ralph's, that we bring somebody else in there that will fill in for Ralph's during this period of time.
Well, not Walmart. They kill their
Well,
fish.
the grocery store.
They have dead fish floating around in their pet park.
Yeah. Well, they just built one in Coachella, and there's one in Palm Desert. They seem to do very well. I've seen a couple of their grocery stores, which is just like Ralph's in Las Vegas. They have about a half a dozen in Las Vegas. But you know, we're not saying that they're the ones, and that what we're doing is looking at all alternatives where we possibly can bring somebody in that take over. If we can't get Ralph's to reconsider what is happening here, we've got to look for an alternative. And what is that alternative? So we're working on it.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Okay, Thomas Worth, is it? I'm sorry.
Worthy.
All right. Come. Thanks.
Good afternoon,
Thanks,
Mr.
Thomas.
Mayor, City Council. Good afternoon. I'll just try to stick to the facts.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Well, I'm homeless, so I guess I'm the P.O. Box 60,
Okay.
what is it, 6051, La Quinta 92248.
Okay.
I do appreciate the response from the Housing Authority with regard to my application over at Coral Mountain, so I'm in touch with them. I've just come back out here this morning from LA when that Social Security wire came in, or direct deposit as it's called. Excuse me. I just want to say, again, thank you for that response. I spoke in front of the Housing Commission, months ago, and anyway, I've been in LA most of the time since then, stayed with a friend. But my litigation with Eisenhower, against Eisenhower, has been refiled, and it's public record, so I'll give you the case number. It is PSC 1402765. And it is myself, Thomas Allen, Allen, Worthy, Worthy, plaintiff, versus Eisenhower Medical Center, a California corporation, Mercury Insurance Company, David M. Tallman, the self-appointed power of attorney, an individual, R.J. Althoff, an individual, and Doe's 1 through 200, inclusive. There are now 13 causes of action. So, as though what we had filed pro per before weren't enough, it was plenty.
You look good and healthy, Mr. Worthy.
I'm sorry?
You look good and healthy. It's good to see.
Well, I appreciate it. I'm still collapsing, I'm sorry to say, like a light switch. Not a part of the lawsuit, I'd like to take a moment. I see I'm on yellow here, sorry for the choke up. The AHIMA, which you must be aware of, Ms. Evans, the American Health Information Management Association. There is a code of ethics. There are 9 Roman numerals of ethics. The last one, Health Information Management Professionals act with integrity and avoid conflicts of interest in the performance of their professional and AHIMA responsibilities. I consider the fact that Eisenhower is self-insured to be a huge conflict of interest, because I'm quite confident that no insurance company would have put me in the street. Okay. Thank you. It's a conflict. It's never not to be confused with Ms. Evans by pointing her out and her capacity at JFK. This is, again, if you heard me, my litigation against Eisenhower.
Yeah. All right.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Thomas.
Don't forget your paper, you know.
Yeah.
Sorry?
I thought you forgot the
Okay.
papers.
No, he's got it. Okay, that was all I had to speak on non-agenda items. Anybody else? Oh, please come forward. Annette, this is the opportunity.
Sorry, I came in late. My name is Samantha Hoffman, 53400 Avenida Diaz. And I know you've heard a lot about the Ralph's thing. I'm another advocate to keep it open, and I have an 800 number if anybody is interested. So if you have a pen, I didn't make copies. If you want your voice to be heard, it's 1-800-576-4377, also found on ralphs.com. And it's the same thing. Our hearts bleed for the people that use that store every day. I know you guys are going to do your best to get something in there. The seasons, those people, they walk to that store. Yeah. They need that pharmacy. Yeah. You know, I mean, we all need it. And it was the first store in the Cove. We were all so excited 20 years ago.
I remember.
I
was
worked
here.
there. I opened that store. I'm very proud of that store.
Yes, sure.
Words that people can use during the conversations, should you choose to use your voice and pick up the phone. The seniors. The fact that our community is so small, we don't have any place else to go. We are in a cove. The school buses, there is no busing for high school students, so seniors to get to Vaughn's would have to get on the Sun bus and compete with the high school students. I wouldn't want to do that. Yeah. You know, there's multiple reasons, there's multiple things to throw at them, and use your voice and be heard, and maybe it will make a difference. And if it doesn't, they're gonna know that our community did our damnedest. So, that's it, that's all I got.
Yeah.
And I love La Quinta.
Yeah, thank you. Anyone else? All right, seeing none, we'll move on. And before we go too far, Kathy, a comment on a closed session?
Yes, on the closed session, on item number 1, there was a motion made, and this is a matter that deals with Bond Safeguard Insurance Company, which was the bond company for the Polo Estates track, and that's track map number 31852. There's been a dispute between the city and Bond Safeguard over the enforcement of the subdivision improvement agreements, and I'm happy to say that the parties have reached a settlement, and that the council made a motion to approve the settlement subject to any changes that the city manager and the city attorney approve. And it is a settlement agreement entitled Completion and Settlement Agreement. The motion was made by Mayor Pro Tem Osborne, and it was seconded by Councilwoman Franklin and carried unanimously in closed session. The agreement will be available as soon as it's executed. It'll be available in the clerk's office.
Thanks, Kathy. And we'll move on to confirmation of agenda. Are there any changes, additions, or deletions by staff?
Mr. Mayor, we'd like to move consent calendar item number 2 off of this docket and move it to our next meeting, which would be on June 17th. We got a little bit ahead of ourselves in terms of the contract because we haven't received specific direction regarding 2 items contained in here. So our thought is we'll get your input today, and then we'll be back with it on June 17th.
Okay. All right. All right, council members.
Yes, Mr. Mayor,
Lee?
I'd like item number 8 to have a separate vote on. I've got some questions regarding item number 8.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I'd like item number 13 to be pulled to business 4.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay. All right, we'll move on to announcements, presentations, written communications. The first one is Coachella Valley Economic Partnership presentation. Tom? Good to see you again.
Good to see you, Mayor Adolph, members of the council. Tom Flavin, CEO of CVEP. We have 3 offices, one in Palm Springs. I know the address there, 311 Tockwitz Canyon. We also have just opened our new Workforce Excellence office in Palm Desert, and our new East Valley office in Indio in downtown in the old Enterprise Zone office. So I'll have to memorize those addresses also. I want to thank you for the opportunity to update you on CVEP's activities and its impact on your constituents. I've provided 2 handouts. One is a 1-page summary overview, which I'll go over in a minute. And second is Thrive Magazine. For those of you who didn't see it, this is a publication we're doing in partnership with the Desert Sun, telling the stories of CVEP through entrepreneurs, businesses, and students that it impacts. So basically, CVEP's mission is fairly simply stated, but a lot of complexity in carrying it out. It's 1, helping companies grow the 21st century job base here in the Coachella Valley, and secondly, helping educators develop its workforce. The 3 major programs that the city's annual investment support are 1, the College Scholarship Program. Now, this program's been in place for 6 years. Frankly, I've never seen an economic development organization anywhere actually have a college scholarship program. But as you'll see there, over the past 6 years, about $438,000 has gone in college scholarships have been awarded to La Quinta students. This past year, $72,000. And your support, along with the other cities in the private sector, helps sustain that program. Secondly, we have the Career Pathways Program, which is really work-based learning programs directed at La Quinta students in 2014. And this is to give them firsthand experience in understanding what a particular career field has to offer for them. It actually begins in elementary school with career exploration. We work with the school districts and the high school career academies at the high school level, and then all the way through the college scholarship program. But as you can see there, in the Emerging Health Professionals Career Showcase Program, there were 28 student participants from the city of La Quinta. We had 6 La Quinta students in internships at CVS Pharmacy. We had 67 students involved in the job shadowing program at Eisenhower Medical Center. And in a series, a nutrition career series, multiple events, we had 237 student participants. So the career pathways element is a very important part of the overall development of a workforce pipeline. In the economic development area, La Quinta Business is receiving one-on-one services from one of the CVEP business development programs, whether it's the Small Business Development Center program or the Business Retention and Expansion program, or as a matter of fact, even in the Innovation Hub. We have a couple of La Quinta companies in the current Innovation Hub program. There were 28 businesses served or being served in 2013-14, with 10 of those businesses producing 66 jobs. Not only that, nearly 250 La Quinta businesses and residents attended one of our business training events, either the Fireside Chat, the Entrepreneurial Growth series, or Lanzatech, which is focused on Latino businesses. So your annual investment really helps support all of these programs that I think it's pretty apparent that businesses, residents, and students are taking advantage of here from the city of La Quinta. And we want to thank you, because we couldn't deliver those programs without your support and the support of others. Also, as you may recall, last fall, you got involved in the expansion of the Innovation Hub program to the East Valley. As you recall, CVEP received a federal planning grant. You joined Palm Desert, Indio, Riverside County, and CVEP to expand the Innovation Hub program to the East Valley, and I wanted to give you a quick update on that. Thus far, all tasks are on schedule. We are going to be submitting our grant application in September of this year. Some of the key tasks are the assessment of the current technology and manufacturing infrastructure opportunities here, really focused on from a retention and expansion standpoint. An analysis of the Orange County, Northern San Diego County medical device attraction opportunity. There's well over 300 medical device companies in a huge cluster there. And we think there's the opportunity to get some branch operations out here, and we want to see that that happens in the East Valley. Renewable and clean tech expansion opportunities. This is driving a lot of the new entrepreneurial companies in the current iHub and Accelerator program. We think there's a similar opportunity here, particularly in the enabling technologies, energy storage and distribution, et cetera. We also see opportunities in agribusiness and at the Salton Sea around lithium, the lithium deposits there. So there's a lot of things that are happening in this study. City staff, we have an oversight group made up of city staff of the participating cities. We're going to have our second meeting this month to update them on a lot of the specifics. We also have our business plan, East Valley iHub business plan, which is a requirement of the grant, about 70–75% completed. And the final layout is in the planning phase. And I don't know if you saw it or not, but President Obama at the State of the Union this past year announced a major federal initiative around innovation hubs and accelerator programs. So we're told by Congressman Ruiz and others that there's going to be major money coming through that pipeline for those kind of programs. So we're trying to position ourselves for grants in those areas too to help support the program. In fact, we've already applied for one through the SBA, kind of out in front there. With that, I think I'll just draw it to a conclusion, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Good. Thank you, Tom. Questions? Tom?
I guess on the East Valley iHub, then what's the next step when you finish the business plan component and the remaining 30% and submit that application?
Well, it's to get it completed, get a competitive grant, obviously, completed, and then to seek out Innovation Hub grant opportunities. I've already instructed our grants director to be pursuing those right now, because some federal agencies, quite frankly, they see what the president's saying, they're stepping out and doing that now, and that's how we ran across the SBA grant. So we want to tee it up so we get as much federal grant opportunity. As you know, the Innovation Hub was actually a program that was started in California. Unfortunately, Sacramento hasn't seen fit yet to put any resources into it. And you may have also heard, just recently, we received a federal EDA grant for the Accelerator Campus in Palm Springs of $785,000. So I'm getting a lot of confidence in our ability to access, get the opportunity to get these grants. I'm looking forward to more money being in them, so we can move it faster.
So then my follow-up question is you don't anticipate coming back to the cities in addition to our initial investment for additional funding to further this program?
No, not, I think there is an issue, and I'll be honest with you, we're going to discuss it with the staff. Federal grants have normally a local match requirement. Well, if there's a $10 million grant we want, I know clearly it's not going to come out of the general funds of the city. Of course, Palm Springs had Measure J, which allowed them to use those resources to move that project forward. But we've been discussing, and we'll be discussing with the staff, the possibility of forming some sort of JPA around innovations hubs, so that there is a vehicle for not only for governance but also for funding. So that's very premature. But certainly nothing's been decided. But we want to be thinking about that, because we want the feds to know we were thinking about it, and we have a potential alternative solution to it.
Okay.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor?
Sure.
Does part of that discussion, in reference to future revenue, does part of that discussion include a parcel tax?
We are, there's a variety of revenue sources that can be used. They're all on the table now. No decisions have been made, obviously. We're just in the exploratory phase, but it could be a parcel tax, could be sales tax, could be utility user tax, could be a wide variety of things. But certainly there's some options, but no decisions at this point. We need to really kind of analyze it carefully and do it in conjunction with the city partners.
Yeah, very carefully.
Yes.
Very carefully,
No
because
question.
I would imagine that there will be a number of cities that are looking at doing the same thing to maintain the municipality that they have and the lifestyle that their city performs for their residents. I'm absolutely opposed to CVIP going after any kind of a tax revenue.
Well, okay, I certainly understand that, and as I said, we're just looking at all options or alternatives at this point.
Good. Lee?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, to get on, regarding the iHub you have there in Palm Springs, you mentioned earlier the city of Palm Springs, I don't know if the city of Cathedral City, they put a substantial amount of that every single year, don't they?
In the past year, they put $175,000 into the operation of the Innovation Hub, the three cities. When we got the Accelerator Campus, the city of Palm Springs put in $1 million for basically construction and capital improvements, because the facility was in bad need of it. We're also pursuing private money. We received a grant from Wells Fargo. We're in discussions with Edison, and we want to bring the private sector to the table here too.
Good.
So it's going to be a combination. One thing Sacramento did do, they did codify the Innovation Hub program in the last legislative session. I don't know how long it'll take for them to get around to actually appropriating some money, but I guess at some point we'll, if we are able to bring President Obama out here on one of his visits and bring him over to our accelerator campus, we might get some attention out there.
Outings?
Thank you. Now, on your report here, you talk about the La Quinta businesses receiving a one-on-one service from CVEP, and you mentioned 28 businesses served. Can you give us some more information about that?
Well,
What does that mean?
Yeah, I actually have it here, but some are under non-disclosure agreements with us. I'd be happy to provide a list of those businesses.
If you don't have to tell me who they are per se, as much as what service did you provide to those 28 businesses?
I have to be honest with you, Councilmember Osborne. I have a good staff, a good team. They're delivering these programs and services. I'm not intimately knowledgeable about the actual services provided. I can find that out for you and
Okay.
provide it to you if you'd like.
Okay, thank you, I appreciate it.
Yeah, okay.
Good.
Will do.
Christie?
Tom, I guess perhaps there's a miscommunication, because at the last CVEP board meeting, there was a lot of discussion, very strong discussion about a parcel tax, and it would be done through COD, and you would have part of the pass-through for that, for sustainability for CVEP. You've appointed Dick Oliphant to head that committee. So let me just say, to tag on to what Councilmember Henderson said, maybe I misread what was going on, but I see a very aggressive forward movement in terms of this parcel tax.
Okay. And I should clarify, I was speaking about the JPA that I had, the concept there. There is discussion among some educational institutions, the 3 K through 12 districts, the COD, and in Cal State, to join with CVEP in trying to fund this workforce jobs pipeline that's been developed. Because frankly, chasing grants, depending on voluntary investments, it's not sustainable. As you
No,
heard
it
us
isn't
discuss.
sustainable, right.
So, we're a long way from that point. We're going through the, and I was a little surprised myself about the specificity with which it was discussed at the board meeting.
Mr. Oliphant said he'd have it on the ballot in 2015.
Well, we're a
I
long
think
way
that's-
from that. We're a long way from that.
I think that's pretty darn aggressive.
Huh.
Anyway, another question, on the East Valley iHub, so nothing's going to really be done on that until there's more funding?
Well, the whole purpose of the planning grant is to position ourselves to get federal funding, since there is no state funding. And that's why we're trying.
Okay, you're talking about two different grants here. One you've already received, which was a matching grant. What are we calling that?
That's the matching grant, the planning grant.
The planning grant.
The
And now
plan-
you've applied for the 2
Now-
million plus whatever. What
Part,
You've applied for another grant?
yes.
For 2 million something?
No, not 2 million, no. I'm not, we're basically operating the iHubs at each end of the valley separately at this point in time. We have cobbled together for the West Valley about $2 million for the iHub and the accelerator campus. We're only in we received the planning grant to expand it to the East Valley from the feds. And that's what we brought to you last fall. You agreed to be part of it. And we will be, submitting our grant application to the feds in September and expect to have opportunities at some federal dollars.
Okay, what's the grant application in September? What's the dollar figure on that?
Well, right now, the feds are saying they're going to be putting $1.3 billion into a national
I know,
innovation.
but what are you anticipating? There was a dollar figure somewhere along the line for this. You had to have the first grant, which was matching,
Right.
in order to apply for the second one.
Right.
Okay, and so the second, there's a dollar figure somewhere on what you anticipate getting for the second one, and it's kind of high because as I recall, it's
Okay.
also a
Well,
matching grant.
Here's what actually happened. The EDA, federal EDA, came out with phase 1 and phase 2 of the program. And, I'm trying to recall the exact number that they quoted. I just can't recall it, but it was a larger number. Then the president got involved in the middle, in December and January, said there's going to be a major federal initiative around this, significantly increasing the dollars, so that the dollars to support the Innovation Hub program weren't only coming out of EDA, federal EDA, but coming out of 10 or 11 different federal agencies. So, I sent Joe Wallace back to DC to get an overview of how these two things fit together. And, at this point, we don't know exactly how much money is going to be in the federal budget for the Innovation Hub program, but we're expecting it's going to be multiple agencies and a lot more money than what EDA originally had on the table.
Okay, but it's also a matching grant.
Yeah, all the federal grants
Okay,
are matching.
but in terms of, as I understand your explanation on the second grant that you're applying for, the match doesn't have to be cash, it doesn't have to be money.
No, it can be in-kind, buildings, land, a variety of things. I mean, we'll have to assess those when we get to it, and in conjunction with the partners. And what we're hoping for is to have some sort of structure, some sort of governance structure that we can discuss and evaluate those issues and opportunities.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Tom, for all this. I was thinking, with all of this development and massaging, bringing business into our valley, is there any way in which you could massage Ralph's into staying?
Well, I look at the grocery business a lot like the railroads. They're real tough to deal with, in my experience. But yeah, I mean, that's any way that we might help. I'm not sure. It sounds like you're doing all the things you need to be doing at this point.
Okay. Well, we may call on you, Tom.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll now hear from the Library and Museum quarterly report for January through March. Barbara, you want to come on up? Or who's ever going to do the reporting on it? Okay.
Hi,
I see you in
my name is,
the front of the room, in the back of the room.
Right, and to the museum. My name is Sherry Martinez, and I'm the new Desert Zone Manager. So I think prior to that, you had Barbara Bowie, and so I'm her new desert replacement. So I can tell you about the library side of things and the quarterly report. First of all, we have a very dynamic summer reading programming coming up, and the theme is Pause to Read. So we have 5 performers that will be there on Thursdays, and we're going to have reading rewards for all ages. And we'll also have a bunch of exciting summer programs, including families and movie themes and teen time and grown-up movie time. So a wide-ranging set of issues there. And then I know that you were interested in circulation figures. We have seen a slight drop in the library participation over the last quarter, and that's due to some ebook readers that we have. We're tracking that, so we see a change in the direction of reading habits from the folks in the valley. And also with the reopening of the Palm Desert Library, some of the patronage has segued back over to Palm Desert. But rest assured, La Quinta is still number 3 in overall circulation in the Riverside County Library System, and it's a very exciting time for that. And so I'm going to turn it over to Ann here on the museum side.
Mayor and members of the council, when the temperature goes up in the desert, our tourists decrease a little bit. So we see that at the museum every summer. But that gives us a chance internally to re-energize and do a lot of things we don't do during the winter. One of the things is that we do a children's summer program, and this summer we're doing Desert Animals Art Camp. We've gotten a great response to that because we started advertising during the city picnic, and our phone's been ringing off the hook. We now have a long waiting list, so we're excited about that offering. The other thing we're working on this summer is re-energizing our Kauai Indian exhibit on the first floor. That's something that we haven't upgraded since the museum opened. And as you know, fads sort of change in museums. Originally, you would walk into a museum and see a glass case with various artifacts and pieces of the collection there with a little bit of signage about what it was. But we really feel like we want to tell the story. We want to tell the story of why our desert Kauai Indians lived here. So we're working on upgrading the signage and changing things around in that exhibit, and I think that'll be more educational and more interesting to our future visitors. The other thing we're working on, and I think I told you about this last time we reported, is that we are getting a traveling exhibit from the Smithsonian this fall. It's called Journey Stories. It covers any kind of journey story you can think about, from immigration to the United States, the travel westward, all kinds of transportation, including road trips. And probably one of the things we'll ask our visitors when they come this fall is if they have a particular memory about a road trip or a vacation that they really enjoyed. So I'm counting on all you council members to be thinking of a favorite story that we'll be able to include in the exhibit.
Good, thank you. And that, I see a lot of people, we're still getting a lot of people back into the library, and that every time I go in there, it seems that people are utilizing it.
It's good. Oh, yes, very, very popular, and we're going to leave you some brochures.
Yes. Yeah.
And ask for your help in promoting the program this summer.
Yes.
Thank you.
Good. Thank you very much. You guys do a great job. Good. Okay. We do have a presentation we'd like to make this evening. It's one that, it's kind of hard to do, and that we have one of our long-time employees that is going to retire on us, and I think of retirement, but we just hate to lose that experience and that. So with that, I'm going to ask Greg Butler to come on up.
And the rest of us to come on down.
And the rest of you would like to come on down with me? You may.
Were you leaving off?
He's already read.
No challenge in that.
He's blushing.
That's true.
You're turning red, Greg. You're blushing, Greg.
I remember this gentleman when he had hair, and it was all dark. And but we're really sorry to see Greg leave us, and that he's been a wonderful part of our city, and we're just sorry to see you go, but every one of us has to face that once in a while, at least once anyway. So, and I would like to give you a little bit of background on Greg.
Thanks.
Oh, wow.
We get through the photo ops. And that. So at this time, I'd like to take a few moments to acknowledge Greg Butler, our building official and emergency manager. This is Greg's last La Quinta City Council meeting. He's retiring from the city on June 6th. Didn't we land on Normandy on June 6th?
Fortunately, I wasn't there.
And Greg has significantly contributed to and assisted in various departmental functions of city government. He came to the city of La Quinta first as a contracted temporary employee in August of 1997. Greg was hired as a full-time city employee and served as a counter technician in the Building and Safety Department. In March 2000, Greg was appointed to the position of Interim Engineer 1. In July 2001, Greg was promoted to Building and Safety Manager, and in 2011, he was promoted to Building and Safety Director. In January 2013, when the city was going through staff reorganization, Greg volunteered to step down as Building and Safety Director. Since that time, Greg has served as the city's building official and emergency manager. Greg, you've been a tremendous asset to the city of La Quinta. On behalf of the City Council, I'd like to thank you for all your services and dedication. You will be missed, and And we wish you both and Janet well. And with that, I'd like to present. I'll give the opportunity, any of the council members who would like to comment?
Well, I can start.
All right, why don't you?
I was able to take the CERT program, and this person is 20 hours of community rescue and learning. Intense. Intense, it's very intense. And he led that charge, and I hadn't really had a chance to know Greg that much before. And one thing I learned about him right away is it doesn't take anything to have to turn red. But I really enjoyed getting to know you, and I wish you and Janet very, very good luck in the future. Well, you will be missed.
I call him good news, bad news, Greg, because we have a very sophisticated emergency notification system that if anything serious is going on in the city, we get notified via our phones, and Greg's voice is always on the other line. So sometimes it's news that's very informative, that's just relevant to something that might be media related for the city, and sometimes it's unfortunately devastating news, like when we lost our city manager and our councilmember Stan Smith. So I never know what to expect when that phone rings with that number on my dial there, that it's gonna be Greg on the other end, but he's diligent, he's talking me into becoming a ham radio operator, just in the event of disasters, no matter what, when I'm hiking, when I'm in Glamis, and we've talked a lot about where he's going and what he might be doing, and we're sending a great asset to the good state of Virginia. We'll miss you.
We're not sending him.
No, well, we're, I know.
Shame on you. Can you leave your memory and your knowledge right here?
You know what, Christy talked about the CERT class, and one of the things that people who know me know about me is that I have a passion for imparting knowledge on others. And we've hired an amazing staff, and I've done my best to impart everything I can on them. I don't think you're really going to miss me because they're very capable and they're going to just carry on without me just fine.
Besides that, I have a copy of the document that Greg authored on earthquakes. And I can't remember, it's quite thick. Wasn't it about 28 pages or something?
It's called Shake, Rattle, and Roll.
And I'll see to it that makes the circulation down here at City Hall. It's a terrific assessment of where we might be and what it might look like and how to be prepared. So we're going to miss the heck out of you.
Well, there's a lot of things around here I won't miss, but the people, including all of you, are folks I will miss. So.
Just kidding.
Well, I just want to say, I think the city's better off with what you've given us, and your service to the city and the community. We're a better city and a better community because of it, so thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate those words, but what I really appreciate is the support that every one of you have given me, both personally and professionally. And I think because of that support, I think we've done a reasonably good job of providing for safe buildings and equipping the staff and the citizens of La Quinta to be prepared for emergencies. So I'm just thankful for the opportunities I've had here, and I hope if I ever get to a point where I can give somebody similar opportunities, that I do as well.
Thank you.
So thank you.
One thing, Greg. One thing, Greg. You don't have a one-way ticket. You got a round trip ticket back to the city anytime.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
You bet. Okay.
Onward with the hugs.
Great. Okay, that ends our announcements and presentations, so we'll move on to the consent calendar.
Move consent calendar as massively amended.
It's moved in second. All in favor, please vote.
Not in favor.
Well, sometimes at various meetings, sometimes we don't have this. And motion approves unanimously. Okay? All right. How do you want to handle this, Frank, on number 2?
That's
We need to-
pulled.
Continue to June 17th.
Yeah, okay.
So
With
we
that?
need number 8.
Yes, if I can, Mr. Mayor. Regarding number 8 on the consent calendar, that's regarding the Community Service Commission work plan for fiscal year 2014 and 15. And the item I'd like to add to their work plan, we discussed it a bit a couple of months ago regarding the pillars of the community. And to ask that the applications and information regarding the pillars of the community go through the Community Service Commission first before it comes to the council. I would just ask to add that to their work plan.
We can sure do that, Lee. We combined all those things into acknowledgements, but we do have that record that you want us to do that, so we will make certain that that occurs.
Great, thank you
Put it
very
in
much.
You bet.
Okay.
With, Edie, with regard to that on the pillars, we didn't make a decision yet with respect to having to have signatures, but
You had recommended that we not, as a council, you had suggested that we
Okay.
don't do signatures,
Was
that we
there a
really
consensus?
focus. I believe that you wanted to see the form, and so
Okay.
we were gonna bring that back to you,
Okay.
but what we heard was that you would rather not see the signatures, you'd rather see more information about the people.
right.
So that's
Okay.
what we
Okay.
heard you to say.
Right.
And then just a couple questions. Under the community events, we recently approved a grant for the Italian Fest, right? Are we looking at potentially incorporating that as a permanent or as needed? And should it be included under the community event for the next year's work plan?
We didn't include it in the community services work plan. It is in, we will be doing some marketing for it, working with them in the overall marketing program, but it's not necessarily a community services program. They've come in to do it this first year to see if it's something they're gonna stay with, so.
Okay. All right, and then on the liaison to the community, is it relevant to include groups like the Cove Neighborhood Association and/or the Historical Society and/or and again, maybe this falls under marketing, the marketing team that you all meet with in terms of Chamber, the Resort, Old Town, La Quinta Arts Foundation, but that's a core marketing group that you all meet.
We do. We have quarterly marketing meetings with many of the groups you're mentioning, not necessarily the Cove Neighborhood Group, but our department meets with the Cove Neighborhood Group on a regular basis as well. And we've had the La Quinta Historical Society come to the commission and give updates. So those groups are represented and they do come to different meetings. The Historical Society isn't part of the marketing group per se.
No,
but
I guess
they
I was
do-
just referencing
Yes.
all those entities that potentially are liaison entities that provide a valuable information exchange.
They do, and we see them, the commission sees some of them. We've focused on primarily the groups that receive grants, so that the community, our commission members know the groups that are being funded. But we would welcome anybody that wants to speak and have, if they want to get before the commission, we certainly set that up for them to do that.
Thank you.
But to follow up on that, I think it would be beneficial if we just took the time in this document to list them all by name. That way we don't always wonder who is and isn't, and did you remember this one or not remember that one?
Are you referring to the events or the names of the different groups that we meet with?
The names of the different groups.
Well, we meet with very many, and some of them, because they are community service grants, we wouldn't know until after they're awarded. There's many groups. It would be difficult to list them all.
And I don't know.
line item groups then, I guess.
Yeah, I'm not sure that I understand that they wouldn't know
Well,
until.
acting
after.
as a liaison, they meet generally with the groups that the city does work with. So for example, the Desert Recreation District, the,
Okay, well, I guess
Yes.
actually what I'm trying to say is that I'd like to know all of the groups that are in town. I'd like to know, have them all their names, because I think we're gonna be dealing with them as we start to look at this tax assessment.
I don't know that I have all of the nonprofits in town, but we have all of the nonprofits that the city has ever provided funding for. And I could make that available to you, but I don't know that I have every single one of them. We could try to work toward gathering a list of of them.
Okay, unless that's it, I'll entertain a motion for number 8.
Mr. Mayor, I move approval of number 8.
Second.
Okay, it's been a motion and a second, please vote. Motion passes unanimously. Okay, we'll move on because number 13 will be on business session, item number 4. All right, we'll move on to our business session. First item on the agenda is select a representative to the Chamber of Commerce Workshop Informational Exchange Committee. Who's next on the list, Edie?
That's me again. I got out of order here with being called up for the other item. Good afternoon, members of the City Council. This item before you is to select a representative to the Chamber and City Council meetings that are held 3 times a quarter. So there is a rotation process for that, and you can see who it was recently up. Mayor Adolph was the last one to serve, and so if you were to go in order, it would be Councilmember Franklin.
I'd like to nominate Councilmember Franklin.
Second.
It's been moved and second. Please vote. Motion passes unanimously. You know, I didn't ask for your comment. Okay, we'll move on to the second item, and that's adopt a resolution approving a major revision to the Coachella Valley Multiple Species Habitat Conservation Plan, Resolution 2014-021 and Resolution 2014-022. We have a staff report, please, Les.
Mayor, Council, as you'll recall, the multi-species plan was actually established in September of 2007. La Quinta is a permittee within that plan along with 7 other municipalities. We've also got the county, the water district, and IED as permittees as well. At that time, Desert Hot Springs elected to not be a part of the plan. However, they've now decided to join along with the Mission Springs Water District. Each permittee that's currently within the plan must affirm the addition of those 2 entities into the plan. The addition of those 2 organizations is estimated to reduce the actual mitigation fee by 8%. So that's an approximate amount. We'll certainly know more later on. You have 2 resolutions before you for your consideration this afternoon. The first is to adopt environmental findings, and the second is to implement the plan as revised by the major amendment. I'd also like to point out that we do have Katie Barrows in the audience, so if you have any technical questions with regards to the matter before you, I'm sure Katie would be more than willing to come up and address those. And with that, that would conclude my report. Happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thanks, Les. Questions to staff? Just a quick comment in that the Executive Board of CVAG approved the same sort of a situation last night, and that I think there are some questions in regards to what transpired, and I think Desert Hot Springs admitted that they made a mistake by not doing this and that, but it's going through, and we'll finalize on it, and now all cities in the valley will be a part of the Habitat program.
Can we make the motions together with the separate resolution numbers? We move approval of resolutions 2014-021 and 2014-022 as listed.
Second.
Moved and second, please vote. Motion passes unanimously. Okay, we'll move on to the third item of our business session. Approve the City of La Quinta's Legislative Policy Guide. Chris, you?
Okay. Going to be tag team up here. At a previous meeting, you directed us to develop a legislative policy guide and return it back for your consideration. In a moment, I'm going to turn it over to Nick Kostick, who's been interning with the City Manager's Office since March of this year. Nick has done, my apologies, Nick has done a lot of the heavy lifting in developing this guide, as well as the research and putting it together. So before I turn it over to him, I want to tell you a little bit about Nick. He's a La Quinta resident, graduated at La Quinta High School, earned his BA at UC Berkeley, so go Bears, And in August, we'll be losing him because he'll be traveling to Washington, D.C., where he'll begin his Master's in Public Policy program at Georgetown. So with that said, I want to turn over to Nick.
Mayor and Council, thank you for having me this evening. So the topic for today's presentation, as you know, is the Legislative Policy Guide. In a moment, I'll go into more detail about the Legislative Policy Guide, but I think I'd first like to use an example to show why it matters. As you're aware of, the 2011 redevelopment bond proceeds were frozen in California. Initially, shortly after a bill came out that would release those bonds, those bond proceeds, designating $25 million in affordable housing funding and $3 million in public infrastructure for the city of La Quinta. However, this bill was vetoed by the governor. Over the last few months, staff, Chris and myself in particular, have been working with a coalition of cities that would all benefit from the realization of these bond proceeds to revive the bill and access the funding. A lot of work is still left to be done, but we've been pooling our collective efforts to advance legislation such as this redevelopment piece and align our interests. Currently, the revived, this bill has passed the state assembly and is now in the state senate. Let's see. That being said, the Legislative Policy Guide includes a set of guiding principles such as preserving local authority and fostering economic development that would help align the city's interests with legislation that's currently out there. These principles, moreover, serve as a foundation for a set of proactive policy positions that can be amended or added to and are under the direction of the City Council. So, as you can see here, legislation continues to impact us in a variety of ways. Recent legislative trends have shown that issues that came up in the past are now re-emerging in different forms, and we have a couple examples of those here. Originally, Council Member Henderson in particular was helpful in bringing one example, HR 29, to our attention. The resolution passed and is now set to be taken up in or reintroduced rather in the legislature January 1st, 2015. Now, for those of you who aren't familiar with it, HR 29 would increase restrictions and requirements when contracting out for city services, and as you can see, we feel that this would have a negative impact on the city by increasing costs. Let's see. In addition, as you can see, SB 7 is listed here. That's regarding prevailing wage requirements, and that has already passed, has been chaptered by the Secretary of State, and will take effect January 1st, 2015. I have already alluded to an example of the effect the redevelopment bill would have, and there are other noteworthy examples in the areas of public safety and in environmental issues as well. So in addition to some of the key components I briefly touched on, such as the guiding principles, the City Council sanctioned policy positions, legislative trends and impact, behind the scenes staff over the last few months has been working on actively monitoring several pieces of legislation, tracking them and setting out letters accordingly on key issues. So as well, in addition, we have, in order to better tailor to our interests, I have also in this guide included a set of economic and demographic data about La Quinta and our situation within the Coachella Valley. Staff recommends approval of this guide, and that concludes this presentation. I would just like to end by saying thank you very much, and particularly thank you to you, Chris, for having me as an intern over the past several months. I've very much enjoyed my time.
Wow.
Good. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm unemployed.
Very good
Are you
presentation.
done, Chris?
Yes.
Okay. Questions of staff?
Sure.
Linda?
So if we're handing over somewhat of the authority to the staff to draft these letters on our behalf, what are our exception rules or safeguards if there are fiscal implications for us to know about those real time? Obviously, the goal is to save time agendizing these things, and I know it's time sensitive, but what would the process be for any type of potential exceptions or notifications as an FYI if we have questions or are opposed to things?
So anytime a letter goes out, we will definitely copy and make the city council informed of it. The piece of legislation we give
I'm
you-
talking about before then.
Right, so the examples that we provided are the two that Nick shared. So anytime something has, big implications or deviates from these positions, we would bring that back separately for requesting amendment or change to the policy guide. But we can alert different triggers that would help us prompt back that piece to you through email.
And then the time factor from when, perhaps from the sense of urgency where the letter needs to go, which we would support because it follows the policies, and us knowing that the letter was sent, would that be eventually in our next packet or potential email with just a FYI? The concern is, while we're in the community, if we're interacting with other elected officials and they mention the letter from La Quinta in support of X because you were fabulous in following the guidelines we've presented and potentially will approve, yet we don't know the letter went out. It's just it's a knowledge-based communication-wise.
So I guess the shift is, all of this is a shift to real time, right? So if we're going to continue to do materials through packets, but email as much as possible. If the gravity of the situation is a top priority, we'll make phone calls in addition to the email, in addition to traditional paper distribution of the packets. So we're also very sensitive to when items do come in. A lot of them we receive through the league in different channels, so we can anticipate a natural position that a city would take. But when they do deviate and have that higher sense of importance, we'll do all measures to bring that information to you.
All right. And I guess this is somewhat our attempt to somewhat replace the purpose that Terry has served so well over the years on the league board, both local, state, and nationally, and that line of information, real time, that we're kind of lacking, that other cities haven't been able to benefit from, quite honestly.
Well, things move so strange up in Sacramento and at such great speed, and actually in the blackness of night, when they do their strip the bill and reword it completely for some other issue. So, no, I'm seeing this as a very important document that you are giving staff the ability to have an idea where the council stands on certain issues so that they can react. The one thing, though, that I would continue to recommend is after the city sends the letter, that a letter is also drafted that you could email out to the other council members for them to personally use. And I say that because it is so important for the elected people in Sacramento to hear from the elected people in the city. Otherwise, they just think, well, staff's just answering these things, the council doesn't even know what's going on. And they do, they think stupid things like that. And we want them to know that we know more about what's going on than they know what's going on.
How often do they ask our opinion?
Well, they don't. I mean,
That's right.
We can always share our voice, though.
That's
So
right.
a template response.
Yeah, and it is important then if you turn around and kind of send one out too under your own signature. But if we get that lead letter out there, that's really critical. So, and then I'll be reporting later on an upside down one that just took place, but that's not for this issue here. So I think it's a terrific beginning, And it also, there are many cities that have a legislative committee with staff and 2 council members that review these things, and then that appears on the agenda and you can make decisions. So it's another option in the future.
That's good point. Good presentation, Nick.
Good.
Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? Lee?
You know, in the past, we've had the benefit, you know, of Councilwoman Henderson with the league, keeping us informed of these things. And so we may or may not have that opportunity in the future. So how are you gonna stay on top of these many issues coming towards us or affecting us coming out of Sacramento? And then the complexity of these issues. Sometimes yes means no and no means yes with these bills. So how are you guys gonna be able to manage that on a real-time basis?
This tool is a first step towards that, and so we're hoping that we have this in place, continue to modify it, adapt it, but it's just, what it comes down to is more time and staffing resources, looking at the pieces coming in and building those communications with organizations like the league, and then getting the information to you as well, since you guys are in the elected field. So it's kind of.
Erin Sassy, our coordinator here for the Riverside Division, everything that she emails you and me, she's emailing the staff too.
Yeah.
So they're gonna get all that.
Keep
stuff
an open
constantly.
line in
Yeah.
communication, sure. Good. Kristen? Just a quick comment. I noticed on your presentation, you had the Capitol in DC, and then you had right down to La Quinta. Are we bypassing Sacramento?
No, actually, I know it's confusing, I guess.
That'd be a good thing, but I.
It's actually a picture of the Sacramento Capitol.
Is it?
It is.
They look
all
like the
appear
Capitol
similar.
in DC.
They all, I guess that's just the feature of all the Capitol buildings, but.
Well, I was hoping to bypass Sacramento. Okay, thanks, Chris, thank you. Annette?
With that, I'll move approval of the new legislation policy guide.
Moved and second, please vote. Motion passes unanimously. All right, we'll move on to our study session.
What that other business item?
Oh, yeah, that's right, yeah, business item number 13. That was brought up by Lee, or Terry? Yes.
Yeah, and I can't find it. Okay, I found it.
Okay.
I would ask for the council's consideration on item number 13. As I read this document, and I feel very confident that it is coming to us with facts and information and with discussions that we have had at the dais here. So I'm not concerned that it's not an accurate report. What concerned me is it appears as though the problem on the north side is solved. I mean, it appears that we decided that the landscape is going to be capped at $2 million, that we're going to go out with an RFP for the design of it, and that, there's a source for some of the funding to pay for that plan. And it just seems to me if certain people read that a certain way and they're gonna say, hey, they've got this settled, that's going to go a long way to being a negative on our potential sales tax increase. And so what I'm asking and what I'm saying is I think this is a little premature, that this should be tabled or continued until after that initiative is on the ballot.
To see.
And then we have more of flexibility to deal with what we are going to do.
Well, I guess you can look at it from the other standpoint of, it still says a funding source needs to be identified if we were wanting to use any of the payback money, which could lead us to help present and educate that if we want to improve the look of the North La Quinta perimeters under the deficit we are currently operating, this is what it would cost and this is the level of look that it would require or that the RFP matches. My thing on this one was just potentially, what are we doing about the dedications, about those unowned areas? Are we working on those simultaneously just to shore that up? But I don't feel like this is a done deal if we're just looking at RFP, because we still there still needs to be a fix to the look of that,
Yeah, there
of those
does,
areas.
there does, but I just think that it's a tad premature. We have to do what this report is saying, but it would be wise to do it after the tax initiative.
Yeah, because that's the key to the whole thing, as far as I'm concerned, what we're doing.
And where the money's
Yeah,
going to be.
Frank and I talked about that this morning at the meeting, and it's obvious that if it doesn't pass, we're gonna have to renew and take a good hard look at what we're gonna do.
That's right.
And that, because the funding is not there, to pay for what is needed. But I think the resolution as far as what's gonna happen to that property is it's gonna come back in the city's hands.
What does it cost to do an RFP?
$75,000.
Which is part of the existing budget item? Or are we pulling that?
No, that isn't part of the budget as it currently stands.
Well, that's the point.
Wait, listen
Sorry.
to
Well,
what Tim has to say.
We've done an estimate that we think it's about $75,000 based on the cost of these improvements. What I had hoped to do was go out with this RFP, come back. Nick Nickerson is a very good negotiator. We could probably get this scope covered maybe for less than $75,000 and bring that back to the city council with a funding source identified at that time. That was what we were going to do for this part. As far as the overall construction project itself, what I was hoping to do here was develop a scope and see what we could get for about $2 million, or it's close to $4 a square foot out there. See if the neighborhoods would even, want that as their improvement. And then when we come back, and that's going to take several months to do, and so that when we come back in March, when we typically talk about CIP, we would at least know what how much money we're talking about. At that point, it becomes an ad project if the council chooses not to fund it, but at least we know the scope of what needs to be done and the approximate cost.
Yeah.
And we are working on accepting the landscape lots also.
Thank you.
We should have that done by the end of the summer.
Okay.
Tim, that sounds reasonable.
And I'm not saying that we don't have to do this process. We do have to do it. I just think it's too upfront.
Premature
Yeah.
at this stage.
I just think that it's misleading, maybe not to any of us, because
We know the process.
But the community does get confused sometimes. It's some of the things that take place up here. And to me, that's the way, when I read this, I thought, ooh, wait a minute, I didn't know all that. And so, anyway, I would request that we continue this.
It doesn't matter to me either
Let me
way.
get a feeling of other council members.
I
I
can
don't
say
have
yes
a
or no.
problem tabling this item until we have a better idea of where the sales tax increase is gonna go. I would hate to have the city confuse the aspect of a sales tax increase with landscape item issues in North La Quinta, because that's not the case. The needs are much larger than that, but I don't have a problem tabling this until we can find out.
Sure, we're talking about budgets and balancing our budgets.
But I think that perception's already out there, though. Everybody said no to letting landscape increases, so now we're presenting a sales tax increase.
Well, that's why we need a longer education process.
I agree.
That's
I
why
agree.
we talked about that. Christie, anything?
Well, Tim, I guess the direction that you received from council was to move forward with this, and I appreciate your hard work on this. I would like to see it done, and so we know where we stand. But I think Councilmember Henderson has raised a good point, and sometimes you have to go through the process in order to vet it completely. So I appreciate your work on it.
So with that, I'll make a motion that this is continued till the meeting after the
Ballot measure.
ballot measure. In November.
Yeah.
The meeting after the ballot measure,
Well,
it's going to
that's
be
not,
in November.
or not July, you mean? In
If
terms
we're
of whether
still
it's going?
online to get it on the ballot.
For November.
Like the second meeting in November.
So with that, will that give you enough time if we're presenting it CIP in March? No.
Probably not. Not if we're going to do any kind of public outreach. That's, that takes a while to get those groups together.
So doing the RFP in the summer is the ideal time so that you can present it when people
Are here in
Are
the
here.
fall and then come back in the spring with recommendations for the CIP.
And I would have to say that one thing that we need to keep reminding ourselves as we look forward with our financial projections, we really don't have money to do a major CIP effort starting in 15, 16 and going forward.
Right.
So it's a situation where, yeah, we can get it in the CIP and get it in the budget, but unless we're willing to dedicate monies that are being repaid to the city that came from our reserves and take that reserve fund and put it into these improvements, as we showed last time when we looked at the long-range financial projections, next year we might hit a $750,000 deficit. So we may have to face choices, either cut services or not do CIP projects. So we're in a new reality, and we just have to keep that as a backdrop as we have these discussions.
So Nick performs the RFPs, or he prepares them? Because we just gave that contracted increase the last meeting, if I recall. Just saying.
Well,
Where's Nick?
Nick,
Hi.
he did help
he?
prepare the RFP that is attached to the staff report with edits from staff, from Public Works staff.
Well, we'll have all of that, so.
Yeah.
Anyway, I made a motion.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, there's been a motion and a second. Please vote.
Oh, I pressed the wrong button. I'm sorry.
Are you
I'd like to,
abstaining?
no, I'd like to just vote no. I need to
Okay,
press
all right.
the middle.
It passes 4-1 with Councilwoman Evans voting no.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, I've been asked to take a very short break, and so we'll be back in about 5 minutes. Okay, at this time, we'll reconvene the city council meeting. So we'll move on to our study session. And the first item is discuss fiscal year 2014-2015 proposed budget. Continued discussion. Staff report, please, Rita.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I wanted to just take a quick minute in the flurry of transition between myself and Patrick Griffin. I neglected to thank the hard work of the Finance Department, particularly Louise West and Bianca Orantia, and also Amy McCormick in the City Manager's office. They were all there many late nights trying to pull this all together, so I wanted to extend my thanks to you now. We're here today to follow up on the budget session from May 20th. At that time, Mr. Griffin gave you a rundown of the revenues, and I gave you our expenditure projections for 2014-15. So revenues and transfers in, our income, it's about 36 million, and expenditures and transfers out are projected to be about 35 million. So if you recall, that left us with a surplus of about $409,000. After that meeting, we had a few questions regarding workers' comp charges. There was a lengthy discussion about the swing in charges, and I believe Mayor Pro Tem Osborne asked about the individual charges in departmental budgets, which got me to looking back on how that allocation was done, and in the process of doing that, we realized that all of the workers' comp charges hadn't been fully allocated to all the departments. A big chunk of it was still in HR, and really the way that should work is they should be fully allocated to all departments. So we made that change. You'll see that in the final document. But it also resulted in the savings of about $67,000. We had over budgeted by that much once we went through the analysis. So that
Does that mean I get to put that somewhere right? Since I
Yeah.
found that?
we appreciate you helping us with that.
Excuse me.
So that brings our surplus up to about $476,000. The other change since we last met was that we received notice yesterday that our contract with Riverside County for fire services is going to go up a little bit more than anticipated. This is primarily due to their personnel costs, PERS. I believe they had kind of underestimated, so they got some updated estimates that just came in. And the estimate for the truck agreement was also refined, and that's about $7,000 more. So the total increase is about $33,000 or so. But we'll be able to offset that with the county service credit that we have, fire credit. And I also put in, so there's a zero net impact to the general fund. And I added a note here that as it stands right now, there's about $5.9 million in that fire credit fund that's with the county. So I won't go into extensive detail about the pending supplemental requests. They were covered in the preliminary document, and then the departments talked about them last time. So there's the staff restructuring of about $12,000, rent for facilities, community classes in North Lakina, part-time staff for wellness center, dog park overseating, and part-time staff at Franklin Elementary until wellness center opens, and tree pruning. And again, the departments are here tonight, so if you have any specific questions, they can go into more detail about that. That totaled a little over $48,000. Excuse me. And then at the May 20th meeting, if you recall, La Quinta Middle School made a presentation and submitted a request for $25,000 in funding. And last week, we sent you some additional information that you had requested about that. And there was also a request for additional funding regarding or related to the Black History Month event. So those two additional requests total $30,000. So combine the requests that we had included in the preliminary budget and these additional requests total a little over $78,000. So tonight we're looking to continue the discussion on the budget and these pending requests. And we also want to make the recommendation to perhaps use some of the surplus to set up an insurance fund with this long discussion that we had about the dips and insurance cost. Now might be the time to use some of that surplus to set up a fund that can kind of level off those costs. So times when maybe there's savings, those funds would be designated and could be used in other years when the costs are higher than anticipated, because they do swing quite a bit. And then any recommendations that you council members have for other projects or programs that we haven't discussed today, and any other recommendations you have to designate the surplus, if you want to designate it for unanticipated costs that might arise in 2014-15, or if you wanted to go just directly into the reserve, whatever your desire might be in that area. So with that, we'll have questions and more discussion, I'm sure, and whatever direction you give us today, we'll incorporate that into the final budget. And we're on target to adopt the budget June 17th with whatever direction you give us tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions of staff? Lee, you want to start?
Sure, be glad to. Not to take anything away from any other questions that other council members may have. In review of, well, first let me say that I appreciate the way the budget's been brought to us this year. With the general study session at our last meeting and this study session in more of the details of it, I think it's done real well to help me, I should say, understand all the different pieces of it. Another thing that I'd like to say from a general standpoint, talking with a gentleman here in the Valley the other day who was insistent that we do not watch our financial affairs, and I rather strongly opposed his position. That I'm very not just appreciative, but the hard work that this council goes through to understand the financial matters of our city. I mean, you guys have done a fantastic job bringing this to us, and I appreciate that. But I do want to state that this council goes above and beyond to understand our financial position, understand these budgets, and monitor these budgets and monitor our operations very well, understanding where our reserves are. I mean, every single one of us up here knows what our reserves are, knows where our revenues are, knows what our expenses are. And I did make a mistake. I told them our expenditures were 35.8 million. I was wrong. They're 35.7. But given that, I just want to say that this very proud of how hard this council works on our financial affairs. Yes, ma'am.
Was this person specific about anything, or we just do a bad job?
This individual thinks no city officials watch their city budgets as well as they should. It was a general term for all cities, and I explained to him how much work we put into these things. And from a general standpoint too, I talked a bit with the city manager regarding our reserve balances. We don't have information regarding our reserve balances. I appreciate that, because there's some of the questions that I have in here are regarding reserve balances. Some of the questions, one of the questions I've got is regarding our technology. Throughout the different departments, there's a substantial increase in our technology expenditures. And last year we set aside $750,000 for an upgrade to our technology. I know Chris and our staff did a great job bringing some of those costs down for our new software and things like that. So I didn't know if some of these technology costs are going to be coming out, well, presently they're projected to come out of this budget, but was there any of the $750,000 that we had set aside last year to pay for some of these technology improvements that you have budgeted?
There's, I believe the IT budget is around $719,000, if I recall. And about $650,000 of it is charged back to departments, so the remaining $50,000 would come from the fund balance, meaning whatever savings had accrued into the fund balance. And last year, I believe it was $800,000 that you appropriated more or less for technology projects. That was not charged back to departments. That was savings that had accrued in that fund for quite a while. You will see some costs going up because we are switching more to software as service and a lot of things going to the cloud. So we're not buying equipment as much as entering into service agreements. But I think if you weigh that with the technology enhancement we're getting from that, you know, the return on investment is pretty significant. But to answer your question, this year, all but $50,000 is charged back. The rest is coming from savings that have accrued in the fund balance.
Then did we spend all of the $750,000 we had set aside last year for our technology improvements, our software upgrades and whatnot?
I'll have to defer to Chris on that.
So no, we have not, and we're trending under. And I believe we still have, based on the document, about $500,000 in fund balance for that, those efforts.
For the
technology.
Right.
Okay, thank you. And some of these, one of the items in the finance department, we have budgeted $49,000 for our audit on page 14. And, you know, I've talked to the auditors when they come to us each year. If, to use a term, if the auditors are simply going to count our beans, we can certainly find the cheapest bean counter we need to do that for us. And I don't mean a derogatory manner towards us bean counters, but I would just ask that the auditors, either we have or we choose, come at this, that they are here to improve our city's financial position and give us guidance on how to do so.
Yes.
If they only come here to count our bank accounts and confirm our issues, then we can find the cheapest one out there to do that. We receive awards on our financial reporting, but that's because of our team here and our staff here and how well they put that information together. I mean, that's something we do here. So in the budget for the auditors of $49,000, and your discussions either with them on who we have currently under contract or who we may have in the future, please emphasize with them that we want more than just to count our dollars, but to help us become a better city financially.
I will.
In regards to page 30 and the landscape and the parks, I should say, the parks maintenance, we've got 418,000 in the parks. I know in the additional items that you have brought before us, there's a couple of items in the parks, you know, about 2,000 for the dog parks to reseed those, and we have about 10,000 from a tree trimming standpoint. And, you know, part of these, you know, we cut down in our budget in the last couple of years almost $3 million. And that includes reductions in the maintenance on some of our parks, whether simple as reseeding or not reseeding, or some of the other improvements that we may or may not have on the books for the future at some point in time. But one of the things I wanted to ask the council members here, any thoughts they may have on if there are other improvements needed in the parks that we do not have in the budget that we could put in the budget given we had additional funding for the parks. And I don't know, Edie, if that's a question for you or for Frank. Edie, if I could ask you that question then on the parks.
And if I can, Lee, to add on to that question, since there's that extra 10 and 2 being asked for trees and
Right.
dog parks, does that include the request made by the Wolf Preserve group regarding the thinning of the Bear Creek Trail landscaping?
Good question, yes.
I'll answer both of those.
Thank you.
First, it's true, you have a very lean park maintenance budget. When you asked us to go back and make those changes, it wasn't a large budget to begin with. And we went back that year and we cut 15% out. We're starting to see the impact of some of that. And we asked you to consider putting some of that back in, particularly in the dog parks and with tree trimming. We need to do that. It would be, and Steve would tell you, we have a very lean budget right now. In regard to the Cove neighborhood, we met with the Cove neighborhood. That conversation and the letter they wrote was a result of their meeting with us. And when we had a conversation with them, we asked them to prioritize those issues for us. And the tree trimming was first and foremost, primarily because of safety, to be able to see out along the trail, and secondarily to do some clearing just to make it look a little nicer. It did not include, and we were a bit surprised to talk with them about the completely changing out to a native area along the trail. That's quite expensive. Steve and I talked about that with them, and our conversation with them was, you know, with where we are right now and some of the issues, we just don't think that's a good idea. We can go in and do some of that work on an as-needed basis in sections, and as plants die, we'll take those out and create more clearing. But we're talking about, particularly, there was a grant-funded project a number of years ago, and you're talking about palm trees and junipers and a wide array of things along that trail, and it would be quite costly to remove them and quite sparse if you did it. So we in our conversation with them, our recommendation to them was to do it in small amounts as money became available and to really focus our efforts on the trees.
So, and that, now there's two items there, and forgive me if I'm wrong, but I mean, one item is just trimming what's out there from a safety sake, and the second is replacement. So the trimming aspect, what do you have here?
In the tree trimming aspect, the $10,000 that we had recommended to the supplemental budget will do that clearing.
Okay.
That safety clearing that you had wanted us to look at, and that the Cove neighborhood had wanted us to look at. The second part of their request was more aggressive and included taking out a lot of area, which would be quite costly to do.
Now, are other parks, though, throughout the city, are there, I don't know if maintenance is the right word or improvements is a better word, that are somewhat behind, but we want to continue to keep our budget as lean and mean as possible, but are there improvements that need to be done sooner than later on the parks?
Well, we have a schedule for changing out different items. You know, several years ago we changed out 2 playgrounds that were scheduled to be changed out. In 2 more years we have 3 other playgrounds that are scheduled to be changed out and on our schedule of long-term maintenance to be looking at. So In terms of playground replacement, that's on schedule. We've been keeping up with that generally. Steve changes out individual items that are broken or in need of repair. Our irrigation systems in general run pretty well. Our biggest issue that we are challenged with is we have a lot of people using our major parks.
Yes, we
La
do.
Quinta Park, Fritz Burns, the campus, and then it gets heavy use. A lot of that use is on the weekends. And we've been working with Tim's staff, and we're in conversation with Tim's staff about continuing to work together to have more park maintenance eyes out there looking at things, particularly with his on-call. If something should break, that we are able to get a hold of somebody and that gets addressed on the weekends. We're a little weak in that area.
Because I know we've got the plan where you're replacing some of the lighting or electrical at the baseball park here.
Mhm.
And so I appreciate that. And Colonel Mitchell Page is getting quite a bit of traffic with all the kids out there. Yeah, it is being well used, and I'm glad to see it. But I just want to make sure we're not getting behind the 8 ball, so to speak, on things that we need to stay up with on the parks.
And our conversation with the commission is exactly that. The type of use we have on those fields is we need to condition those fields. We need to shut them down for a couple of months in the summer, get them aerated and get some top dressing on them so that they are ready to go in the fall, especially for soccer, because it gets heavy use in the north part.
Okay, all right, thank you, Eugene.
And if, with that, I mean, is there more that we can do to further promote the Adopt a Park program? And have some type of promotional initiative to get some legs with that if people, for community support? Because it's also an educational opportunity in landscaping.
And if we need to go out into the public, I know we have the reseeding the grass program with private, whether it be the Rotary Club or other groups like that. Has that been working?
Mm-hmm. It certainly has. We had individuals and community groups both working on that. And also, if you decide to move forward with a sales tax initiative, we're going to be talking to a lot of people. So that's another avenue that we can talk to people about. That is a grassroots way to help. And so get some grass, work on cleanup.
I understood that last year most of that went away. Most of, after the first year of the volunteers being involved and adopting a park, etc.
We lost one that did 2 places in the Cove, but we actually had the Y that participated. When we had 2 other groups that participated with us in different ways. We did not have the group that overseeded the Pioneer Park. They just weren't able to raise the funds to do that, but we still have had other groups participate.
Did we do anything at the end of the year to recognize them? I wonder if we should think about that.
That's a great idea. That's a great
I know
idea.
that Steve had planned
To
on
recognize
Thank
those.
you
I know we did a
for
little
what
bit,
they
Mr.
do.
Ratty did some.
Yes,
We recognize that.
Yeah, Tom, Bob and his wife.
Yeah.
Yes, awards were given at the city picnic last year to those who participated in the Adopt a Park program. And Councilwoman Henderson's correct on the overseeding for Adopt a Park. The overseedings for the 2 Cove parks and Pioneer Dog Park were not adopted, but we still have groups who have adopted other facilities. The one that's really had a positive impact is the La Quinta High School ROTC adopted that baseball field area at La Quinta Park, and they do a sweep through there on a regular basis through the week, and they pick up all the cigarette butts, the trash, and our vandalism and graffiti has got, and I took them a case of graffiti remover, and they've really kept up that area of keeping it clean. So
That's fantastic.
that's been a very positive, that it's a problem that was created by high school students, and it's a problem that's being solved by high school students.
Love
So
to
that
be able
was
to
a
have
very
him here and
positive.
thank him for that too.
Yeah, that's a key, a recognition of what they do.
And we will be recognizing them as well.
Great. Okay.
Thank you.
The next item I have, and again, I don't want to take anything away from what you guys, because I know that this has been under discussion as well. On page 35, we talk about our marketing budget.
Thank you.
Well, we've got, in looking at our marketing budget, I was talking with someone about this. Our marketing comes from a number of different places. We've got $220,000 here. we've got 239,000, I believe, in the Silver Rock budget, you know, and then we've got the Arts Foundation, or we've got others that advertise. But you know, there are some cities in our area that their marketing budget is well over $1 million directly, not including the others. And so I would like to look at increasing our marketing budget.
Yeah, I would agree, and I started planting that seed a little bit during the marketing presentation, only because when we did 15% reductions across the board,
Right.
marketing was cut by 50%.
Right.
And it's clear with the way that we're going digital, I'm sure that Tustin and Edie already have a potential plan if there was an opportunity to spend another 50,000 and how we can put that to good use and get a return on investment, and look at the economic drivers that we saw and how it relates to TOT and or new businesses and or visitors to this area through either collaborative marketing with existing businesses. Absolutely,
And
I would
I
agree.
think that's a good point, collaborative marketing.
Mhm.
Because, you know, again, like we talked about, the different events we have, we can work with them to advertise La Quinta and work together. I mean, we all know we don't have the big bank accounts we used to years ago, so we've got to work together on these projects. And I would love to see an increase in our marketing budget, and whether it's 50,000, whatever that number, you know, you guys think.
Coming out of where?
Well, that's another discussion that we'll have.
So you're just doing your wish list, okay,
But,
I agree.
yeah, thank you.
50 or
Yeah, good way.
75?
Just a wish list that we look at increasing our marketing budget to some extent. You know, I don't want to get into, you know, specific numbers per se. Frank, I talked to you a little bit about the community development department, and I know we're increasing our personnel in that department, and that has caused some increase in our salaries. But the benefits in that department went up substantially, over 125% in that department. And I don't mean, again, to point out any one department over another. I just want to make sure that if we need to increase our personnel in department, you know, I can appreciate what you guys need to do, but I just want to make sure we look at those benefit increase and have it comparable with that compensation increase or payroll.
If I could take a moment to explain that, actually, it's not a 150% increase. What we did is shifted personnel from one division to another. So the administration section, which is the first page on page 45, shows a significant increase, but it's because we've shifted all of the permit technicians and the permit operations supervisor position from building and safety into administration. So the overall bottom line, if you look at the final page, is a slight decrease with the budget for the entire department, but we shifted staff around into the different divisions to better represent our direction going forward. So it's
and I saw that, you know, with the increase in salaries, you know, it was about a 50% increase there, and I saw that, but it was a benefit increase was 125%. So that's, again, from the numbers guy.
And then also we still have the, I think I mentioned this last meeting, we still have the assistant planner position funded, even
Okay.
though it's remaining vacant.
Okay.
And that, we just want to do that for one additional year to make sure, from an activity standpoint, that if we had to call on that position, we would look at that, and obviously, you know, that would be a discussion with the city manager at that time. But we want to keep that as a reserved, if you will, for one more year. If the activity level continues to remain the same and our contract services continue to work like we've been doing since last September, then at that time we would look at removing that position.
Yeah, your other report showed a nice increase in permits, and that's good to see building permits
Yes.
increasing.
And that depends on whether or not we can continue to contract.
Well, exactly. That's another
Right.
key issue too,
Right.
as
Thank
to
you
what
for coming on.
transpires later this year. Yes.
I'm here to bring cheer.
Thank you very much. And one thing, my last thing in general is our water charges. Whether it be our parks, whether it be City Hall, whatever buildings and water charges we have, we all know that the water department is about to have a substantial increase in water costs with the chromium-6 issue. You know, they're telling us from a residential standpoint, our bill may go up $50 a month. I don't know what that's going to do for our city budget, whether that's $5,000 a month, I don't know. But I don't know if you guys have looked at the potential increase in water costs for our city, whether it be, again, the parks or the structures, whatever it may be. with this chromium-6 issue, and whether that's a cost that's going to be coming up in the next 12 months or the next 24, I don't know. I mean, Tim, maybe you know better with the water district on when they're looking to potentially have these increases.
I really haven't heard anything timing-wise on the chromium-6, just what probably the same things you've read in the newspaper, that it could, double or even go higher our utility costs. And certainly the areas that, where we have turf and stuff like that, that's why we've been taking it out wherever we can. I know, and same thing with Edie with the parks, and also the turf conversion that was done around here. That's a big reason for doing it, because obviously the utility costs are just going to keep going up.
Okay, thank you.
To that end, on next Monday, the 9th, we have a meeting with the Water District to talk about the chromium-6 issue.
Okay.
And what that cost might be. But at this point, we have not received any information from the district as to what their pricing structure might be and how it might be applied to the city yet. So any increases beyond what we just see as a normal adjustment on an annual basis is in here, but anything beyond that is not included in this budget proposal.
Okay, so we'll see where that's going to go from your meeting. Okay, thank you. One last? I don't know if I could. Economic development. From an economic development standpoint, we had Tom Clavin up here earlier regarding CVEP and where they're going, and we don't know how they're going to get there yet. They've got the challenges there. There's been quite a bit of concern regarding CVEP on the East Valley, let's say, from Palm Desert over. And they've got an iHub that's doing great things, but we've got to keep in mind that iHub is paid for by Palm Springs or by Cathedral City. It's paid for by those areas. So obviously it's going to have a major impact in those areas. I think we should still remain a regional player in economic development. What that means with CVEP, I don't know. But we'll have that discussion, whether we stay at the 50,000 level or we lower it down to 25,000. I'd like to stay a regional player in that regard. It's like, Terry, you told me one time, we should be at the table. We should be at the table to know what's going on and where it's going. And so I think that's a big part for CVEP. One of the other big question marks we've got coming regarding economic development is this East Valley Coalition. There'll be a meeting coming up soon on the East Valley Coalition, and they're trying to form something. We won't have the iHub study for the East Valley until September, I believe September. And so we won't have a good idea what that really is supposed to look like. But I would like to ask that we at least reserve maybe up to $40,000 for this East Valley Economic Development Group that we can set aside for that. And we may know in another 3 to 4 months what the real number is going to be from all the different members of this East Valley group. On the East Valley Imperial Irrigation District, they've talked to them. They want to be involved. The Indian tribes, they want to be involved. Whether that includes Palm Desert and La Quinta and Indio. Coachella doesn't want to be involved. Coachella's kind of holding their own to themselves to work for Coachella. And how that's going to impact this East Valley group, I don't know yet. We'll have those meetings coming up soon, and I'll bring that back to you guys as soon as I know more. But I would just ask that we reserve $40,000 in here for the East Valley. Whether we use it all, I don't know yet, but at least it's set aside for that in the future. And that's all I have.
Okay. Christie?
Terry, this, you're gonna have to help me with this a little bit. The cities are gonna be charged with paying overtime for contract service people. In other words, if contract service people work overtime, then the cities are supposed to pick up the slack. Am I saying that right?
Well, if we're not allowed to contract.
Well, I understand that, but let's
Yes.
assume that we are. I mean, I just looked at this and I thought, and that's pretty ludicrous, but is there something out there, is there a bill out there that's
There is
going to-
something out there, but if that's contract, that'll go through the contract, however it's set up, yeah.
Okay, well, never mind that then. All right. On page, on page 2, under the city manager's office, we went from 2,000 under membership dues to 75,000 because I just want to know why.
So if you look at the $75,000, that includes the city's membership in the League of Cities,
Right.
CVAG, and the rest. That was in the city council budget.
Okay, all right.
And we moved it to this
Okay,
budget.
all right. Okey dokey.
Thank you, that brought the city council's budget down.
Yes, it did.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay, on page 5, membership dues, never mind, because that's a 0. Okay, skip that one. On page,
Is there still a Wheeler's Desert letter? It says $300 for Wheeler's Desert letter. I didn't think that he was still producing that.
I don't think you
They're
did.
not, but we have that reserved for demographic reports or items similar to it. But that
Okay.
line item they're no longer in existence.
Let's change the name.
Just put demographic statistics.
Now, those demographic information, are we getting that from CVEP now? Isn't CVEP doing that on an annual basis?
Annual basis, yes.
But we're
Wheeler's
paying
before
them
did
to
monthly.
give it to us?
No, it's part of the $50,000
Membership, correct.
membership. We get that.
What about census? We get that from census too.
But
So that's what we get for it,
that's what we get.
$50,000.
But yeah, that's part of CVEP, I believe.
So you got a $300 slush fund, Chris. Put a new
Okay,
name
on
it.
page 21,
Supporting reports.
under special projects,
Are you on 21?
I'm on page 21.
Yep.
Under the grant program, we'll talk about this a little bit later. I would like for us to get back up to that 100,000, but not all at once, but put another 20 in here, to get us to 60,000. That, to me, is one of the best programs that we have, because we reach a lot of different people, and I think we've been really, really skinny on that. Then I see a charge of under Lakina Arts Foundation, I'm still on the same page, $127,150. Is that what we're planning on doing this year? Because that's not what we did last year.
That is the same amount that we did last year
It was
and the year
103,000,
before.
wasn't it?
We also charge back the facility use that they get free. So it's the combination of the exemption for their facility use and the 103,000, which totals that 120.
That's the value.
Okey dokey.
That's total benefits.
I got it.
Total
Okay.
benefit, because we waive their fee.
Yep.
And the chamber, 127.5, is that we're budgeting this year?
That's same as last year. If you recall, they came back in and asked for another 10,000 to do the 4th of July. They're not asking for that this year.
Okay. And then on the bus passes, I had thought that was $3,000, but it's $2,500. Is that?
And that's just a kind of a gift that we
Well, I
provide,
know,
right?
Yeah, but those are really well used,
Mhm.
so, okay.
But since you're on that page, if I can, why is the community
Absolutely.
picnic 0?
Because we moved that money up to another account. We had some money in that account before, and we combined it with special events that are in another line item there.
Okay.
We didn't reduce our amount of money
19?
for our special events because so many people come.
So on page 19, we have,
Community special events of 8,000?
yes.
Yeah.
What's the promotional of 12 above that then on page 19?
That's to do some advertising. We do some banners in the village. It's a variety of things that we end up doing that are promotional for the city.
So that's over and above the other marketing
Yes,
budgets that we
yes,
were
because it's
talking
in the
about.
community services budget, and we've done that. We've been doing that work.
Okay.
Okay, well then,
No,
can I-
just you keep, go right ahead.
I say right with you
We're all on page 21.
Knowing full well that both the Arts Foundation and the Chamber of Commerce, the Chamber of Commerce does the JEP. So that is, in a way, is marketing. So is that part of the marketing budget? So this is separate, right? And then the Arts Foundation does a tremendous amount of marketing with funds that are part and parcel here. So our marketing budget is bigger.
Right, there's a lot of different pieces to
A lot of different pieces, and that's always been our problem when we, for years, when we gone through the marketing thing,
Sure.
it was marketing here, marketing there, marketing there. And we tried to get it all on one page one time and couldn't do that either, so. I just caution you when you say you wanna add more to the marketing budget.
Well, in regards to the marketing, just the campaign, you know, the restaurants in La Quinta, the shopping in La Quinta, that in itself, to come and spend your dollar in La Quinta, eat, shop, and live, can't remember how Stan Smith used to put it, here in La Quinta. And that's the type of marketing that I'm talking about, not regarding, you know, the chamber and our events that we post in the gym, or the arts festival and the advertising for the arts festival.
Well, no, the
But-
advertising's to get people into the city of La Quinta to use the restaurants.
And that is coming from where?
That's part of what of her budget.
Her budget being the arts festival?
Yeah.
Arts Foundation?
And part of that is the Arts Under the Umbrella. And
Arts Under
that's
the-
all to get people into Old Town.
Right, but I mean, there's advertising for 111, you know, again, shop and dine in La Quinta is not just Old Town, or not the, under the umbrellas, or we have the, besides the festival, the beers and.
I got upstairs.
brews
It's gone.
It's
They
gone?
stopped doing that.
Okay. So,
Okay, it's back to privilege,
Sorry,
it's
Chris.
her item.
Thank you. I had a meeting recently with Christy Salamone, and we were talking about the marketing per se, and I believe, if I'm correct, she was either going to meet with Edie or has met with Edie with respect to not doing a duplication of effort in marketing, which we have had in the past, so that we get a broader scope of what's going on. Have you met with her? I'm sure you have.
We've met with them twice.
Okay.
And that's exactly right, is
Okay.
to collaborate so that they don't duplicate and
Right.
we don't duplicate. And
Okay.
we think that'll help. And we also talked about some collaborative efforts on some drive-in market advertising
Okay.
too, to make our dollars go further.
Yeah, all right, thank you. On page 36, we heard from Tom Flavin tonight, and I know we need to stay at the table. And this $50,000 plus the other 40, and then you're talking about another 40 for East Valley, which has nothing to do with
What's
this.
the other 40?
We did for the IHO.
The one that Coachella
Right.
said they'd play and they didn't.
Right.
Yeah, which
For
is,
last
they're
year.
not gonna go anywhere until they get some more money, I guess.
No, well.
Grant.
Oh, well, that's more
They
money.
don't know. That's a whole separate, I think that was $10 million in federal, but that's separate than the East Valley.
Yes, I know that, but that's what I'm saying. There's only so much money in the pot.
Right.
So if we give CVET 50 and we're talking about giving East Valley 40, that's 90. I'd rather see this go into the marketing budget. I think we could spend our dollars a lot more wisely. And I guess, and I'll just share this because it's how I feel. Mr. Flavin was not exactly honest with us tonight in his presentation. And when it came to the parcel tax that he tried to avoid, there was a huge discussion at the last board meeting. It must have taken up 25 or 30 minutes. And Dick Oliphant has been tasked with that job. And he gave a presentation, so, for the parcel tax. I just like people to be straight out with me and not try to dance around things. And I thought he was a little dancy tonight. Just my opinion, but I don't think we need to continue with the $50,000 a year. If we want to stay at the table, I just think we can do less. All right, going on to page 37. Let's see. Okay, on the council chamber video contract, how many hits have we had? You knew that was coming, didn't you? You might as well just stay up there. How many hits have we had over what period of time?
Well, each time we put it up on, it's between 30 and 40.
Oh, so that's good. We've improved.
It's better,
Yes.
it's better. But yes, they say,
Our video guys are helping promote the video through their business by,
Yes. Yeah.
you know, drawing folks to the website.
Okay.
It's good.
Is there a way, do you think, that we can promote this better or make it people, we've done everything,
We
right?
try, we continue to put it in the gem
Mhm.
for people to know that. That's the best because it's mailed to them and they should be seeing that every month. But we really, and others, the numbers are small for others as well. There's not a lot of viewership on these things generally. And so 40 is better than what you had 6 months ago, but it's still very low.
Okay. Well,
So in the spirit of transparency.
What?
Yes.
In the
Yes.
spirit of transparency.
Yes, it is.
Yes.
We need
it
to have
is.
access points.
Okay. Under community development administration, actually, Les already answered that question. I'm on page 45.
Okay.
Les, why did Les, where are you? Why did I'm not avoiding you, Rita. I'm just. Under contract services, we went from 73,000 this year's budget to 22. So we just, what accounted for that dip?
Well, this again is just the administration portion of
Mhm.
5 sections of the budget. Last year, we had a multitude of different contract services, including, we put in this section some direct work we're doing on the general plan. That was a part of that as well. There is some carryover for that, but that's not addressed here. This represents specifically us using temporary help next year to assist us for support for the Animal and Code Compliance Division,
Okay.
as well as a small amount of money available in case we need to hire for a special need for any professional service activity.
Okay.
So the big part of that was really the which is still in process, is the reconciliation, if you will, of the zoning code with the general plan.
Okay, and is there somewhere in your budget, and maybe it would be under contract services, something set aside for inspectors? Aren't we a little low on the inspector level?
We utilize in the building portion of the budget. We have, under contract services, there's $225,000 identified in building on page 50.
Okay.
And that represents any assistance we need in-house, as well as using other companies that we send plans out for plan check review as well.
Okay, good, thank you. On that one. I'm on page 54. Under emergency services, we went down to 8,800 this year, for this year's budget, from 74,500.
With the retirement of Greg, we do not have a person assigned to that. Currently, we have discussions underway with CAL FIRE and the City of Indian Wells to do a combined EOC type program, and Chris is heading up that conversation as well as Chief Gray. So we started those discussions last week, and we're looking to see what we could do in a combined effort and have the cities, both cities, pick up these costs.
Great, that's good. Okay, that'd be great. Do we have anyone in mind to continue with our CERT program? Keep doing that.
We're envisioning relying on current county fire to help us at the interim.
Okay.
Once we are able to get an EOC coordinator, so an emergency services coordinator, between both cities, that person would take on those duties.
Okay, thank you. All righty.
Well, I like it when you pass them out.
Well, they've already been answered. On page 70, see, I'm moving right along. The Violent Crime Task Force, that's not in our police budget, right? It is.
What these are in the back these are special revenue funds, so we account for grant funds and other non-general fund revenues that come in.
Okay.
So what we're doing here is accounting for those that would be operated by other departments, and in this one specifically, the police department.
Okay, all right. Okay, then my last one, I'm on page 80. And this is Silver Rock, supporting information. Under personnel, we have $37,000 for salaries. Who would that be?
Yeah.
I was gonna say, is that all you're paying
Just
for,
part
boy?
of Steve. Just
I
the
get a
way.
raise.
Yeah. And
Okay.
he's still smiling.
And under the, under supplies and services on that page, the rental payment, is that for carts? Is that a rental payment? Do you know what that's for?
246,000.
Yeah, it's 246,000.
I think that's part of it.
Yes, that would be the lease.
Right.
For the
lease
carts.
costs, yes.
Okay.
Well, for the carts and the equipment.
Right.
Because that's being budgeted.
Okay, all right. I'm done, thank you.
Okay. Terry?
Well, I'm not as thorough this year, but I have noticed that there seems to be several folks who have several ideas to do with the $50,000 from the Coachella Valley Economic Partnership, of which I did not want to fund last year or the year before.
Nope.
And I probably will go to hell instead of heaven because I told you we need to be at a table. I'm not sure what table that was, but I don't believe it was CVIP's, because CVIP has been around for about 10 years, and I never thought we should be at that table. I mean, it goes way back, you know that. It goes
Sure,
way
sure.
back.
And yeah, I've been a member of CVEP from my business standpoint from day one.
Right.
And from a regional economic development standpoint, I think we should be at that table.
Well, and I can appreciate your belief in that, but in the 10 years or more, whatever it is, I haven't seen where we've done anything except give them money. I don't know where they ever came back and said, geez, we're gonna bring X, Y, and Z business into your community, or we're gonna, you know, I mean, they've done a terrific job putting an educational program together, but that's why we have the Desert Sands Unified School District. And that's why there's a great big tax bill on your property taxes. And I don't know that, you know, I'm not comfortable giving them $50,000 so they can run a educational program. So I would agree that basically the $50,000 can come out of there. And then I don't know, see, I wouldn't put it anywhere. I would put it back into our pocket and put it into the $409,000 excess that we have this year, surplus, and begin to have in our reserve account our 35%, which is policy-driven, plus $4 million, which is policy-driven, and then increasing, starting out with the 409,000 surplus and adding this $50,000 into there. I'd just like to kind of see some stability come into place, and the stability is going to be whatever solution that we come to successfully on a tax-driven additional revenue for the city. And once we can get our hands around whatever that is and have it successful and know that it's coming in, then I think we can begin to look at some of these other things that you might want to do. But right now, our revenues are not going to increase the way they have in the past. As the economy comes back, sure, we're going to see a little jump here and a little jump there. Sales tax, I think, we're going to appreciate some good revenue streams in sales tax for several years to come, but we're going to see it go down as opposed to, it may not go down, but it's not going to go up as fast as it did or as rapidly percentage-wise because of internet sales, and it's going to take us a long time. I was on the phone another 2 hours yesterday on this sales tax issue. It's going to be the death of us, I can tell you that. It's the solution is not around the corner. I think Christy said it's going to be years before we come to a settlement on that. So we have so many, we have the potential for not being able to contract, we have the potential for prevailing wage, we have the potential for, you know, the sales tax going blah, 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 blah. We have Dana Reed over there who wants to possibly take away our right to have, you know, local property tax, you know, and I just kind of, I feel an upheaval here. And I like to hear things like, let's not fund CBIP, but then necessarily moving it to someplace else is not, you know, exactly where I am right now. So, anyway, I think, you know, a lot of discussion. I think it's good to talk about all these things, and I don't have much to say about the budget. I just talk a little bit about my philosophy, which I think most of you know anyway. So I'm basically finished.
Okay. Linda?
Okay, the good news is a lot of this has been covered. So I'll buzz through it very quickly. First of all, I want to again commend the department directors on a good job staying conservative, recognizing that we'll be watching it and there's still a need to manage expenses, and being conservative in the request for ads. And again, on the police budget, thanks for the collaboration between staff and Assistant Chief Walton on making our increase as minimal as possible and maximizing the contract services and getting the public safety that we need. A couple of comments on a lot of the departments. There's some, and I guess this might be for Susan, there's a lot of required or legal advertising required for certain notices and public postings. And I don't know if it's because our ordinance is such that they're all in the desert sun, and no offense, Sochi, but is there an opportunity for us to either change the ordinance so we're still meeting the requirements but doing things online and not always paying for print? Because there's just a lot of money in print stuff because we have to.
That's right. Regarding ordinances, though, many years ago we stopped printing them in the desert sun, as well as we no longer print summaries of council minutes. You passed a resolution saying that we can instead post it in 3 places.
Correct.
And the state passed a law saying we have to post it on the website. So we do use the website extensively for all our postings. Everything goes there. And I must say that the new website design, that'll be much clearer and easier to find too, all
Okay.
those postings. The Desert Sun newspaper is used for mostly public works, public hearings or community development public hearings, and they are quite costly. My office uses it for board and commission vacancy
And that's-
notices. And again, those are quite costly because it's a display ad.
And we're adding those in the gem as well when we're looking at commissions.
They're in the gem,
Mhm.
they're on the website,
Right.
they're on the bulletin
Mhm.
boards. We do everything we can to reach folks, and of course, we email anybody who has shown interest or applied in the past.
So then on, I guess, the planning and the public works side, are those some of the mailings that have to go out to the residents that live within a certain amount of perimeter, and that's, some of those expenses are included?
Yes.
Because it still seems like it's a pretty
Well,
high.
that would be in our postage amount.
Wouldn't
which-
that most of those, though, the developer or whoever is requiring that mailing?
Is that covered
I think they
under their
pay
diff
for
fees?
that in their fees.
Well, they would normally pay for the mailings. I don't know what does, but with regard to the publication, it's set by state law. And the newspaper has to meet certain qualifications and being, in general, determined to be in general circulation in your area.
Okay.
So I'm not sure we have much of a choice on the publications for public hearing.
If it's cheaper, well, okay, just a general observation on that. On some specifics, let's see, I think we've tackled a lot of these. Page 21, we've kind of killed, that's fine. Page 23, under membership dues, there's something for $460 for the Motion Picture Licensing Corp. I'm sure that's some requirement. But one thing that we really haven't addressed since Riverside County adopted a new movie ordinance is looking at that for La Quinta and how we might be able to maximize that as a revenue generator for entities to come to La Quinta and produce movies. So maybe we can put that on, not a budget item, but a review the Riverside County ordinance and see if we need to tweak that, adopt it.
Ours is less
Okay,
Or you could film in the city. The only time you need a permit from the city is if you're using city facilities. Otherwise, if you're filming in the city of La Quinta, you don't need a permit whatsoever.
all right, are we making any money off those folks then? Is there a way to make money off those folks?
No.
want them to come.
We want them to come here.
Right.
And get hotels and all that sort of thing. Maybe it's a promotional thing.
And this piece here, just for clarification, this is for the licensing we must pay to use movies to show at the senior center.
Oh, this is part community services. Okay.
Right.
Or little movies at the park. Okay, well, that's low budget then. 27, golf tour and banquet for $2,500 is, seems to have snuck in there under special events. And I recall we didn't support a routine line item for the prestige. So if there's a new
No,
one.
those are all costs that we've been accruing for a number of years. We have a golf tour, summer golf tour that's very popular with residents, and they tour 13 different courses through the summer, and then it culminates in an event and where there's awards and prizes, and we've been doing that for a number of years.
Oh, I don't think I've ever attended
It's
that.
very
Have you ever attended
popular,
that?
very popular.
Oh, maybe we can
Yeah.
participate sometime. Okay. Let's see, page 35. This is the overall line item of the
During the summer.
$220,000 for marketing, so I agree, I'd like to increase that. CVEP, I'm actually, that's again in question. So overall, if we go to the requests, I'd like to propose a couple of things in terms of comments. I support the supplemental request of the 48,140, because I'm working off a surplus right now of $476,494, correct, Rita?
Correct.
All right, so if we potentially look at adding that 48,140 in there, knowing that that includes our Bear Creek Trail and the tree trimming throughout, but not the replacement. And the requests that are made by La Quinta Middle School and the Black History Month, while I appreciate both of those programs, we had a surplus in our grant budget this year that we could have utilized that as opposed to just putting it as a separate line item. So I would entertain, Christy, looking at increasing grants to accommodate some of these. But I don't want to just have everybody be able to just come up mid-cycle and request certain things.
No,
And as a process, and I appreciate the follow-up on the budget and submitting the background information. So I wouldn't request an automatic 30 to say yes on these, on the staff report.
Yeah, we had about $13,000, if I remember right, left over from
yeah.
last year.
Yeah.
Again, given we have a fund balance information here, but, yeah, if we take that 13 plus, you know what's in the budget.
Right, so I might entertain supporting going up 20. 100,000 for the insurance. I would support putting 100,000 in the insurance fund, just in terms of the accruals. And I think, Lee, was there a 50% request on you for a reserve when we're doing 35 now?
I think the 50% is a great idea to add to our reserves on the surplus from this budget.
So that means if we do
can do it.
if we do the extra 50, we've already allocated 35, so the extra 15 comes out to be about 72,000?
I'm lost.
Well, what Councilmember Osborne stated in the midterm review was to take 50% of any surplus and put it into reserves automatically.
Okay.
So we would take 50% of the 467 and put that into reserves,
476.
or 476, thank you.
But we've already placed 35%
The
budgeted.
The 35% is a different item. Basically, the city council's policy is to have an emergency reserve of 35% plus $4 million, which is already there in our reserves. So that's about $18 million of the $26 million of liquid reserves that's already designated for an emergency reserve, and that will just carry over each year. Matter of fact, we'll probably have more in there right now than otherwise.
Okay.
So then you're.
Well, then I don't want to take the whole, I don't want to take 50% of the surplus, Lee.
I'm sorry?
I wouldn't want to take the whole 50% of the surplus, maybe 25% if we want to sock a little bit more away. But again, I still support the add-ons, the 100,000 for the insurance. I agree on this whole CVEP thing. We need to retool the economic development marketing driver. And I'd like to see, I don't know, 75,000 added to marketing and pull some of that from CVEP. And maybe on CVEP, we look at what is the real benefit. I support the scholarship program and workforce development they're doing, because that's hitting the industries that are good paying jobs that we want in our city. So I don't know if we can restrict that component, because it's a constant ask. The Thrive is an ask. The Economic Summit is an ask. The Mid-Year Financial Summit is an ask. These are all on top of the 50,000, and it's nickel and diming. And I'd rather see our staff work with the chamber and the new economic committee, and really focus that on how to collaborate with our staff to make an economic driver focus.
Well, I'd ask, if we're gonna remove the 50,000 on CVEP, that if we can set $40,000 aside for the East Valley. I mean, the best way out of an economic problem is a better economy, not more taxes. That's the biggest problem in the state of California. We think, the heck with business, we'll just tax everybody more. We can't do it that way. We've got to increase our overall economic footprint here to get us out of this, not just
But I can't
higher
support
taxes.
putting a line item for something that doesn't exist. That can always be brought on a case by case,
If that could
once
be-
it
if
comes
we
to
have-
fruition, and we can decide that at that point
If
in
we
time.
have a set amount that we set in reserve for unknown expenditures for 2014-15, and then later we decide to pull that up to the council. But if we have 100,000 set aside for unknown expenditures, because we have those, every year we have unknown expenditures, whether it be consultants that we need, or a study that we need, or a 75,000 RFP we need, there's always something.
And that's where staff
And so if.
recommends where
And
that
I'm
money gets
asking if we can set 40,000 aside for the East Valley Economic Development Group. Just, so as we get more information and we bring that to this council then make that
Something's
decision.
available.
Right.
So Lee, may I just say something? So for East Valley, for the folks that are actually going to contribute and be a part of that so far would be Indio and La Quinta. Because Coachella's not going to,
And
the
Riverside
Indians.
County also,
Riverside County,
and
well, that depends
IID,
upon who's there.
and the tribes and Palm Desert.
Maybe Palm
Currently,
Desert.
yes.
We're still going to be the leaders of the pack.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. But the Indians, I'm sorry, it's
Well,
just a
I'd like to
blanket
see the
statement. The
plan
tribes are
before the
not,
money goes out.
the tribes are not, they're not good at contributing. They just aren't, and they're not good at attending meetings. So I wouldn't even count on them. Riverside County, maybe we can do that. But if what happens with that is if it's akin to what happened with the East Valley iHub fiasco, where CVEP ended up putting in $40,000 of their money, which is our money, after when the 40,000 we already put in, I don't buy that at all.
I'd rather develop a line item for $100,000 that's called economic development,
Mhm.
that could be marketing / economics.
Good idea, I'll go for that.
I'll
All
go
right,
for that.
Yeah, sure.
Now, did that eliminate some of the other things?
Well, CVEP, I think, is still under question. I say we go to 10 for CVEP and focus it on the workforce development scholarship piece that's dedicated to La Quinta students. Because I don't think Desert Sands is really doing those types of scholarships that we need.
I can agree that Desert Sands is not doing that. I don't agree that Desert Sands shouldn't be doing it.
Well, these are
Agree.
scholarship monies. I mean, Desert Sands isn't gonna give scholarship monies to this degree. I mean, they give over $1 million a year in scholarship
I know,
funds.
but tell me how many of those kids have come back and are working in the Coachella Valley?
There's quite a few, but I don't have a number for that. I mean, one of the biggest challenges businesses have stated in this valley for the last 20 years has been an educated workforce. That has been the #1 weakness we've had in our economy for industries of good wages, is an educated workforce. We don't have that.
Well, and I agree with you, but I had 5 children that graduated from Indio High School, and all they could do was wait to get out of the Coachella Valley. And they did. They got out, and they're all happy somewhere else.
And now we've got a 4-year university, but we've got a 4-year university in town. So now our kids can go to a 4-year university, get their bachelor's and potentially master's here in the desert, and work here in the desert.
Well, look, Nick will probably be coming back from Georgetown in a few years.
We don't
Working
know
for the
that.
city of La Quinta.
Isn't that why we gave $1 million to the university, so that we could have a nursing center
Yeah.
here
Yes.
in the valley?
Yes,
To keep them here.
and it's working.
All right, so I guess in answer to your question, Terry, the only thing I would takeaways, maybe reduce CVEP down to 10, and that way at least 40 of that is still going up. But again, I'd like to approve or recommend that we do keep
Okay,
the.
but what about the 50,000 additional in the marketing? And
That's going to come out of our
50,000 in the grant and.
That's going to come out of our surplus.
That 100,000?
Mhm.
The economic development surplus.
Okay.
Okay.
And we
This
reduce
new
CVEP down to 10.
$100,000.
The new 100,000 could come out of the surplus.
All right, so the.
So then we scratch the 50% of the, let's say 50% of the surplus right off the bat, which was, because we've already done our 35%.
Well, what's the numbers
formula.
gonna look like at the end of this?
Well, right now, I'm trying to keep a scorecard here.
Good luck, I was too, and I quit.
Yeah, and basically, if we set the insurance side, set 25% aside for reserves, what I'm hearing, and $100,000 for ED and marketing, plus $20,000 for grants. So we're now up to $339,000 of the 467, and if we add the supplemental request, let's round it up to 50,000 so I don't screw up the math, we're up to $389,000.
But we're also adding 40,000 back in CVEP, right? That's an add back if we're
Right.
reducing the CVEP line item.
So that would be 40 there. So it'd be 349,000. Now, the one thing that is in this report that we don't have quantified, that we've talked about in the briefing, is the direction you've given the employee team in negotiations.
Yes.
That's
And
the rest of the picture.
that's the rest of the picture. And so, at this point, given all these numbers we've thrown out here, we have just blown through the $476,000.
So, I've lost my little sheet that I had my notes on with respect to how we're gonna divvy up what's left over.
Okay.
So what was the 48,140?
The add-on, so that was your staff restructuring of city manager, the multipurpose room, well, the whole, the rentals and staff of the temporary during the rehab of the wellness center, the dog park, and the tree trimming. That was the 41,180.
And
140.
so the ask
48.
for 30,000 from the school, from La Quinta Middle School, and the 5 for.
The
was
Black
on-
History.
Right.
We're gonna let them move to the grant
Grants.
program?
Mhm.
Okay, that's good, all right.
So I'm coming up with still about a positive 250,000, and that gives you some room for your
For staff.
negotiations?
Okay.
We have 100 for insurance, 100 for ED and marketing, of which if we reduce CVIP, that would be 60, $119,000 going into reserves, another $20,000 for grants, and then another 50,000 for the supplemental requests.
And then what about the $100,000?
That's
Well, that-
here.
You said that.
Was there?
That's
That
here,
was
and the
there.
insurance is here too. So 1, 2, 3.
So maybe what we could do is break for dinner, and we
380.
could go back and figure out the scorecard and kind of lay out what we think it might be for you.
Looks like an extra 96.
I think it's a great idea.
All right. I didn't realize what time
And you have a chance to take a look at the reserve setting.
Right.
I'm good with that.
Is it okay if I say something?
Sure.
Well, okay,
Well,
Mr. Mayor.
You've been patient.
Yes, you have.
I try and be patient
Yes,
in that. Just a couple quick ones, and I'm gonna do it fast in that. I am concerned when I look at the budget, and I see where public safety has gone up $1 million last year to this year. And, you know, that's a substantial jump in that. So it's something that we're just gonna have to address, because it can't keep going on like this forever. And the other request, we've talked about the 25,000. No, I don't like to see us take special interest in people that come in, and although how qualified they are and what they want is fine, but all we do is open up Pandora's box for everybody else coming in asking for the same thing. And how do you deny once you've approved one without being prejudicial or whatever? So putting it on the grant program is great. Let's raise it up. We had it at 100,000 one time, and that whatever it takes to be able to handle it. Now, our grant program says we don't go over 5,000, So we need to readdress that, say under special conditions that the council has the opportunity to go beyond the 5,000, which is the normal request. And that, I didn't see in here, maybe I missed it someplace, you know, we justify on CVAG not giving to Roy's the 103,000 every year, saying that, look, we have responsibility to Martha's and the rescue mission, which is in our backyard, which take care of the homeless. And that they just approved it, and of course we are down there for zero money to Roy's. And that have we addressed funding Martha's and the rescue mission in here? Did I miss it someplace?
We haven't funded, we are holding their $50,000.
Yes, for
waiting
the
for
one.
that one-time construction of the annex, if you recall.
And that's about completed.
We haven't, yeah, it's about ready to pay them for that, but we didn't budget any money for operations.
Yeah, so,
That's
you know, it's difficult for me to justify that we're not helping to support Roy's when I'm saying we're supporting them. And if we're not supporting them, you know, I'm not saying what is truth. So it may be something that we need to look at, Frank, as far as supporting them, or either that, go back and talk to CVAG and tell them this is why we're not supporting Roy's. It's kind of a little bit of a quandary here, but we need to address the issue.
I think we need to either we need to support by $50,000, either 25 each, or 50,000 to the
To take care of them,
Yeah.
because it's important. It's in our backyard. Roy's is not in our backyard, so, and that's our justification. All right, I'm not going to go any further. I did have to look at, what was it, page 5, and it says here, grand total city council, $724,000. I said, what is this? I asked Frank, but I see there's a lot of other things beyond city council that's brought into that 724,000. I said, did somebody get a raise here that I didn't know about? You know, I understand with other issues that were brought in, but it seems strange when it says city council, $775,000 in that. Okay, with that, we do have a request to speak, and so I would like to give them the opportunity to speak here. It's Janet Santo. Yeah. And give us your name and address for the record.
Yes, Janet Seto, principal at La Quinta Middle School, and the address is 78900 Avenue 50 in La Quinta, 92253.
You need to talk into the mic.
Yeah,
please.
speak up.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Janet Seto, principal at La Quinta Middle School. Our address is 78900 Avenue 50 in La Quinta, 92253. Right. And I just want to thank the council for considering our request for the grant. And I think we answered most of the questions or have the information that was requested. And so we really appreciate any consideration we can get. Affects all of our students at our schools. So the amount that would be donated for us, I want you to know truly it will be well used and very much appreciated. It's changed the culture of our school. Had our last 2K run just this last Friday. Even in the heat, the kids were very, very excited. It was great. And just to share with you, our school just most recently received our scores about our California Standards test that we had last year. We're going into the Common Core test this year, but last year La Quinta Middle School scored a 10 among similar schools. So they compare the demographics of our school with other schools in the state, and we were a 10, which is the highest. So we appreciate that very much.
That's great.
Did you want to say anything?
I just would like to also thank you very, very much for reading our grant and considering it. And we'd be happy to adopt a park.
Oh, great.
We teach them overseeding. We do it everything ourselves at our own school. We installed 13,000 feet of sod last year, and the kids are, we worked with a superintendent at Bermuda Dunes Country Club, and he came over and taught the kids about overseeding and fertilizing, and they do all of it. And a remarkable job.
Well, the nice thing is you've got a ready-to-go grant application with all the requirements, so you're ahead of the game, that's for sure.
Yeah, we're very proud
Yes.
of our schools here in the city of La Quinta. We've got an outstanding school district with Desert Sands and that, and we appreciate, you know, your need, and hopefully you understand our position that we have to be very careful about how we do this and that, and hopefully we can meet your needs in that. We're going to try.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. At this time, we're a little on the late side, but we're going to recess the city council to recess, and we will reconvene at about 7 o'clock, maybe a few minutes after. So. Reconvene the La Quinta City Council meeting for June 3rd, 2014. First item on the agenda is public comment. At this time, anyone wishing to speak on an item which is on the agenda, I'd ask that you fill out a request to speak form. It's a form like this. It's in the back of the room. You give it to our city clerk. At this time, anyone wishing to speak on an item not on the agenda can do so. I do have some requests to do that, so if you'd be so kind as we call your name, come up to the podium, give us your name and address for the record, and then if you could keep it within 3 minutes, we'd really appreciate it. First one is Catherine Goodsell. Well, we're happy to have you here, Catherine.
Supposed to say, come on. Okay. Hi, my name is Catherine Goodsell. Glad to see you all here. Anyway, I wrote a little synopsis of what I wanted to say, so if you'll bear with me. Okay. If you could do everything in your power to keep Ralph's open, you know, offer them some juicy incentive or something tax-wise or whatever, because we don't need another abandoned building in La Quinta. We don't. Fresh and Easy's gone. Pavilions is gone. And those are all abandoned. So Sam is gone. So I know, if we want to live in the slum, we can move out of town. So, but anyway, I'm hoping you can, you know, do all you can in your power with the, you know, tax-wise maybe or something. Offer them some kind of revenue or whatever. We'll do our best. And, you know, if I can boycott Jane Fonda, I can certainly boycott Ralph's. So, it's no problem. So anyway, okay? Because it's easy, it's more convenient. You know, just dinner time, and where do you go? Ralph's. So, unless you want to sell your firstborn and go to Circle K. So, other than that, that's all I've got to say. But please, please do what you can. Thank you.
Yeah, excuse me, just a comment. We discussed this earlier at the 4 o'clock session. There were some people concerned, as we are here. We're very concerned about the issue of them leaving and that, and what's going to happen. And as I told them, we have done everything that we can. We've tried to communicate with Ralph's. They're not returning our calls or our emails that we send over there. So we're not totally sure why they have picked up and want to leave and that, but we're also looking at alternatives of, you know, if Ralph's is going to do this, they're private business, they can do what they want. The city has no control over something like this. But the alternative is, who can we bring in to replace them? Because we need a market here in the Cove area. There's no ifs, ands, and buts about it, and it's mandatory that we do something as much as we possibly can as the city officials and that. So we are working on it. We're trying our best to mitigate the problem. I'd love to have them relook at the issue and talk to us and see what we could do to help change their mind to let them stay here. But there's no guarantee on that.
Well, I can go online and talk to, see if I can't get through to Kroger and tell them, hey, I'm not opposed to boycotting them.
Yeah. Well, it's going to be awful difficult on people that have to drive to the store and
Yeah, I know.
that for a long distance, because we're going back to the way it was 20 years ago
I
when
know.
the only grocery store here was on at the Vaughan Shopping Center.
I know.
We remember that.
So when we first moved here, it was the way
Yeah.
it was.
So-
We didn't know there was a Stater Brothers in India.
Yeah. And we would love to do that, but like I say, we'll be in touch with every one of them, doing what we can
Okay.
to resolve the problem and get somebody right in there. Okay. Thank you, Catherine.
Okay.
Mark, Judd?
Thank you very much. Mark Jude. I live at 46007 Roadrunner, and wanted to make a couple comments about the proposed roundabout at Westward Ho and Roadrunner. It's an area that is being, we understand, in consideration for a capital program, and we have polled the neighborhood and received over 59 signatures from the group, and everyone is very opposed to that concept. It's an interesting intersection on the way to the high school, but the high school really is the only issue that we feel causes any sort of traffic congestion. The school is in session for 180 days a year. The traffic issue lasts for about 15 minutes each morning. So when you annualize that, that's about 45 hours a year that there's anything impacted. We feel a roundabout would certainly slow traffic, but it wouldn't reduce accidents. There's several issues with restrictions for ingress and egress to the gated community on that intersection going into Indian Springs, and we're very concerned about that. So there are various alternatives that can be handled. We really don't understand what the issue is, and just feel it's not the best use of public funds for that consideration, and feel it should be reviewed. Thank you.
Understand you're not alone in your feelings.
Thank you.
All right, Renee, Chuck. I'm assuming a family member?
Family member. Renee Juked, and my address is the same, 46007 Roadrunner Lane, and we appreciate the opportunity to talk with you. Hopefully there were some people here at 4 to share also. I guess the thing that we are concerned mostly, like Mark said, it was 180 days a year, and we had kids in school. The thing is that it affects those parents for the years that those kids are in school, for the years that they're driving them, okay? Then we think about the years that those kids are driving. Okay, so it only affects them for a short period of time, but it will affect our neighborhood for the rest of the time that we live in our neighborhood. Sure. That's the first thing. Second thing is, inexperienced drivers experienced drivers in a roundabout are a little bit scary. Think about inexperienced drivers in a roundabout, and you're going to have a lot of inexperienced drivers coming to and from school. And like he said, we live there. We watch on Friday mornings when he's not working, and there is not a problem. I mean, it gets a little busy, but it's not to the point of wasting money to do something like that. There are so many different options. The thing that we see is, we've got the crisscross there for the kids. Teaching them to learn how to cross the street crisscross is dangerous as it is, but you've got the 4 crisscrosses, then you've got the 2 turn lanes, then the other 2 turn lanes, and it takes quite a bit of time to make that light. We live there, we know how long it takes. So maybe if they could go a different direction, or if you could time that light, take the light that's existing, time that better for the kids. Do something like that. But, we've got numerous emails, we've got all kinds of things, even with the City of Indio Engineering Department, we've been working with them. And of course, they have to be considered in this. So we know it's not a for sure yet, but we would ask you to just put the kibosh on it now, please.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Christopher English, back up.
Well, I'm back. And I appreciate what you've talked about, Mayor Adolph and the rest of the council members. I just had a few things to add, even though I know you're doing everything you can. There's a few things that I wanted to bring up. There's 5,000 homes in La Quinta. With routes closed, all those 5,000 people are going to be going down Washington or 52 or 50. We've got people here that live in the senior center that need to walk the routes. And once again, I came here for another reason, just to see how many of the supporters that I passed out flyers to actually showed up, and there's a couple. Anyway, because I was hoping it would be like a real grassroots thing. I said, by the way, before the meeting, take a stick and write "Save Our Ralphs" on it, but none of them showed up. But anyway, I just thank you for doing everything that you can. And like I say, we're going to bombard Kroger on the website and on their phone numbers to get them to wake up. And thank you very much.
If you have time and you want the signs, let me know. I'll be out there.
Okay, well, I'm sticking them everywhere. I'm going to get a bunch of people anyway. Thank you very much. All right, bye-bye.
Thank you. All right, Elaine Kramer?
Yes, I think I'm here to support Ralph staying, and I think you've heard enough on that.
Okay.
I don't have anything to add, other than I hope that you will work at keeping them here. And it's always the bottom line with corporations, and I'm sure you're well aware of that. So whatever you can do to meet would be.
Okay, well, I think she's finished up. Thank you, Elaine. Anyone else wishing to speak? Seeing none, we'll move on to our public agenda. Here we go, public hearings, and that we have two this evening. The first one is to adopt a resolution confirming the diagram and assessment for landscape and lighting assessment district 89.1 fiscal year 2014-2015. Staff report.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, City Council members. As Council is aware, the city's operated a lighting landscape district since it was passed in 1989. The district basically was set up originally to handle all public landscaping, including parks. Was later revised to only include the right-of-way and the landscape and lighting on the medians and parkways and so forth, but originally it did include the parks. The requirement every year is to basically hold a public hearing, make certain actions, approve the engineer's report so that it could be added to the county's assessor rolls later this year. The assessment rate has been $35.60 ever since 1997, when state law basically put a lot of restrictions on the city's ability to increase that rate, requiring such things as a benefit analysis and then a citywide vote to approve it. The fiscal impacts this year, revenues are relatively the same as they were in last fiscal year, about $960,000. Estimated expenditures, though, are up to about $1.7 million. We're offsetting some of this cost with the money that we take in for the stormwater program, $100,000, leaving a shortfall of $590,000 estimated to be picked up by the general fund. What's not shown here on the fiscal impacts, though, is the other side of the budget, which includes the parks, which is up to about $1.4 million, making the total cost being supported by the general fund of about $2 million estimated this next fiscal year. So the public hearing tonight is to allow the property owners input as property owners within the district, and then receive their testimony and direct staff if there are any changes to be made to the district. Alternatives would be to adjust the engineer's report to reflect changes heard from the testimony. Of course, increases face what I mentioned at the beginning, in that they would require a benefit analysis and then a citywide vote to increase the rate from the $35.60. Decreases would just impact the general fund more to support those decreases. So the recommended action tonight is to adopt the resolution confirming the diagram and for the L&L district, as well as the engineer's report. That concludes my staff report. Maria Casillas and myself are here to answer any questions you might have, Mr. Mayor.
Fine. Thanks, Tim. Questions of staff?
Mr. Mayor, I don't have any questions, but I have maybe a couple comments. I'll keep them short. This is something that is a function that we do every year. So it isn't like it's new to us and we need to spend a lot of time on it. However, we have spent a great deal of time on it this year, knowing full well that we need to look for a solution to the tremendous shortfall that we have here that eats right into our general fund. And having said all of that, this is the beginning conversation of potential solutions that we're going to be looking at going forward, which does include a sales tax increase. So I say all of that simply because this can be moved with a motion and off our table and gone and make it look like everything's hunky-dory. And it's not. And so I wanted to take the time to draw the attention to the fact that this is a tremendous problem and one that we need to solve, as we all know. So thank you for the opportunity.
Okay. Linda? Okay, this is a public hearing. At this time, I will open the public hearing to comments from the audience. Seeing none, then I'll close the public hearing and the matters before the council.
With that, Mr. Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve resolution number 2014-023 as stated for the L&L Assessment District 89-1.
Been moved and second. Please vote.
Christie.
Motion passes unanimously. Okay, we'll move on to item number 2. Yeah. Oops. And that's adopt a resolution for fiscal year 2014-2015 through 2017-2018 capital improvement program. Staff report, please.
Mr. Mayor, Brian McKinney, Principal Engineer for Engineering Services, is going to give this report.
Thank you, Tim. Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, we're here to discuss the fiscal year 2014-15 through 2018-19 capital improvement program. First, I'll just give you a brief summary of the existing year CIP and where we're at with that. The 2013-14 CIP had $19.8 million in projects, which was reduced down to around $12 million because we put a couple landscape projects on 111 back on hold, and also because we put off some of the canal construction. We decided to go with the parallel canal option, which reduced the total amount of that. Currently, we have 12 completed projects, 16 projects in design or construction, and 5 projects on hold. Some of the more important completed projects we had was the Adams Street Bridge, a $12 million bridge out there on Adams Street across the river, and also the Eisenhower Sinaloa roundabout we had completed this year, and the other one would be the Highway 111 and Washington Street improvements, where we added triple turn lanes on Washington Street. Some of the other completed projects we had included the Silver Rock irrigation relocation improvements, which we did in anticipation of the canal relocation, and we also had a couple projects here at the City Hall to replace air conditioner and convert the lighting to LED. Some of the ongoing construction projects include some ADA improvements that we have going on at the park and the Civic Center and library, and also our pavement management plan street improvements, which are scheduled to start construction this month. Other projects that are in progress include the canal relocation, which is currently ongoing construction out there at the moment. CBWD's contractor is digging the parallel canal at this time. Also, we have the Dune Palms Road Bridge, which is scheduled to come to the council for approval of the design contract later this month. Additional projects in progress include our sports complex lighting project, which will start construction this month, and our wellness center expansion, which the demolition part of that project is complete, and the plans for the building expansion are currently under review and are with the architect with comments back from the city. We had, as I mentioned, the 2 Highway 111 landscape projects that were returned to the ad list, and we have additional projects on hold, including the Washington Street apartments and the Fritz Burns Park pool enhancements. So a brief overview of the upcoming 5-year CIP. We have $25.6 million in capital improvement projects identified with $7.6 million from general fund. Included in that is $1 million that we're putting annually towards the pavement management plan, which allows us not only to maintain the streets at the city standards, but also allows us to meet our maintenance of effort obligations to receive our Measure A money. With the 5-year CIP, the upcoming year, some of the important projects include some drainage improvement projects we've identified, including Horseshoe Drive lane drainage, which we're already currently working on. It also includes looking at the City Hall Customer Service Center, doing a conceptual report on that, doing our transportation management system, and the roundabout and the traffic signal at Jefferson Dunbar, all of which we've applied for CMAQ funding for those projects to supplement our costs. Additionally, as a change from the draft CIP, we've added the Silver Rock infrastructure improvements, and we also moved up the YMCA ADA improvements to this year from next year. And per the council's direction, we did put the City Hall turf replacement project back on the ad list. In the subsequent 4 years, we've identified approximately $11 million in projects, including the Dune Palms Road Street Improvement Project, which will be constructed once the bridge is finished, and the Jefferson Street I-10 interchange improvements, and also the possible construction of the City Hall Customer Service Center. So with that, the recommended action is to approve the fiscal year 2014-15 through 2018-19 capital improvement program. That completes our staff report. Tim, myself, Nick, and Nazir are available to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you. Questions of staff? Lee?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Regarding Jefferson Street and I-10, now you guys have this, am I reading this right, that it first shows up on your capital budget in 2016-17?
Yes, that is correct.
So I understand there's some current renegotiations going on with CVAG on that project?
Yeah. Yes, as the council is aware, we received a letter about, I think right before the last city council meeting, instructing us that the cost had been adjusted upward of about $10 million, and then also asking for a payment as soon as July 1st. We followed up with CVAG staff, and we're in the process of finding out first how they determined the number, because there wasn't really any backup information that we got, and then working through what the what the payment schedule really is for those improvements. In the past, the projects have been at least awarded into construction, and Nick can go into a lot more detail than I can on that, before cities were invoiced. So this really came out of the blue that they even asked us to pay this early, and when they haven't even finished the design of the project.
So how much are they looking for, or I should say, when are they looking for the first payment, and how much is that under their current?
Well, the letter asked us to pay $524,568 as of the 1st of July this year.
Of this year.
And yeah, but with no backup and no detail as to how they even arrived at that number.
Alan Waggle's not giving you much. Is Alan still there?
I wasn't able to get staff to really elaborate on that.
But you don't have anything in this budget for that at this point in time?
We do not have it identified for this fiscal year, that's correct. But we have it in out years.
Right.
And there is also, we really need to find out the CMAQ grant request, how that shakes out. And then what I would propose is that, probably in the fall, we come back after some more of these questions have been answered, before we start shuffling the money around.
Okay. And in these projects, such as the Westward Ho Roadrunner Roundabout, you've got different sources of funds there. The Measure A funds on that project is what, 27,000? Is that right? And then the other 458,000, that's a separate grant?
A second. That's correct.
Have we received approval for that grant?
No.
No, that comes from CVAC.
No.
Was it?
Yeah.
And then City Video, have they approved their CIP?
Go through.
No, we haven't heard back from the on the grant funding yet. The committee still has to meet to determine which projects are going to receive the funding, so we're still waiting to hear on that.
Okay.
On the grant funding, I sit on the committee. We're having our first meeting on Monday of next week. And then my understanding, the plan is to try to get it to the executive committee before the end of the meeting year, which would be by the end of June. June 30th.
And as chairman, you know where I'm going.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I have, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Christie, anything? Okay. Linda?
Sure. A couple of things. So has Indio approved their CIP? Because there's the Dunbar Jefferson signal.
They, you know the answer.
Mr. Mayor, members of council,
I
Nick
believe so.
Nickerson, I'm your CIP project manager. I was at the city council meeting when the CMAQ, the two projects that affect the city of Indio were presented to council, and council did support them and asked staff to incorporate it in their CIP. Their council did, however, hesitate on the Roadrunner roundabout and basically supported it in concept, but would not support the money until their residents had an opportunity to chime in.
But the monies were approved
The
or
monies were.
support for the Dunbar
They have not
Jefferson?
adopted their capital improvement plan, but council did direct staff to incorporate the cost in their CIP.
Okay.
What was put in for the Dunbar?
Whatever their local, I could tell you.
That's-
Give me just half a second.
And then while he's finding that, where's the signal at Adams and Corporate Center Drive that will potentially go into the Hobby Lobby
That's
by
at
the post
Sylvan
office?
Property.
Did that not?
It's,
Pardon me?
well,
I can wait.
It would be half of the 11.47% match, because we're asking for a CMAQ grant for that signal. At Jefferson Dunbar?
yeah. The Adams Street Corporate Center Drive signal is basically designed to the point that we can until the fourth leg of the intersection is determined, and that's,
Coming.
as you know, a subject of another report tonight.
Right, but wouldn't that still be a CIP item that should be incorporated in the plan?
Well, it was previously approved under an
But it-
earlier CIP.
But it's obviously, but it isn't gonna be done by June 30th. So in terms of funding,
We had the three-legged signal in the.
it's a carryover?
Yes.
Yes, but for a four-legged configuration, unless we get direction on other items, we're not going to put it in the CIP.
Got it, okay.
The Indio, may I go backwards?
Mm-hmm.
The Indio share of the Jefferson Dunbar project is $24,000 and change.
Yeah.
Should be able to afford that.
We're requesting $380,000 of the cost from the CMAQ grant.
And what is their share for, the button that you push on the pole?
Okay, and then, thank you, Nick. And then the other question is on the Fred Waring Drive reconstruction, Washington Street to Adams. What else are we doing there? We just did the whole median, the widening's happening elsewhere.
We're looking at reconstructing the inside number 1 lane, because that's part of the old county roadway system still. And we found some substandard concrete when we did our previous widening project by the intersection of Washington. So we're going to go in and reconstruct that lane to give it a standard asphalt section.
We can't get the county to buy into that?
Well, it's in our city now, not in the county any longer, so. Yeah,
They're working in our city anyways.
Looks like there's some Measure A dollars there. Okay, and I guess I'm gonna go with the resident feedback, and I'd like to just remove the roundabout at Westward Ho and Roadrunner. I just don't feel it's necessary.
I think we've already discussed this.
Saying that for a while.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Well, I was gonna ask Tim, how much time and effort have we put into it so far? And I understand that you folks wanted to have the opportunity to go for the grant. If you don't get the grant, we don't get the roundabout.
Right.
However, I tend to feel like everyone else does up here. Are we, it's not biting off more than we can chew, are we trying desperately to put something in where it appears it's gonna take us a couple of years of an educational program to get anybody over there to agree that they want it?
Well, I just a lot like Eisenhower and Sinaloa, when we start off on roundabout projects, it always is a public education process on the safety benefits, the lower emissions, the
Right, and we could do that.
Right.
Let's take it out of the year.
Well, as far as how much work we've put into it, other than the study that we had RTE do on that, which was a few $1,000s, and the grant application that Nick put together that required some background, information and some studies. That was about the only thing that we've done so far on that to date.
Well, I tend to agree that before we put any more effort into this, that if we want to continue some sort of an outreach program and get people on board, and then next year in the CIP go for a grant, that's a different story. But I think we're kind of putting some barrier, if you will, or burden on these folks first. And I'd rather see it go the other way around. So I'd remove it from here too.
And if an education program is successful, I would appreciate the engineering study from an engineering group that does not specialize in roundabouts, meaning if you're a roundabout traffic engineering group, odds are you're going to be very pro roundabout.
I would think so.
Now, I know you guys are doing everything you can. I'm just saying it's...
Never saw a roundabout project that you didn't like, right?
Yeah.
Well,
Is that a special interest?
It could be. Could be.
When we got Scott Ritchie is the one that designed the roundabout at Eisenhower and Sinaloa, involved in the project. It wasn't. It was something that we had observed at that intersection for quite some time. It's not really a warranted four-way stop. If you recall, when Western Ho was widened, it was changed to include the stops in the east and west direction because there was concern by the neighborhood that was backing out onto Westward Ho, that they wanted some sort of a traffic control device. So by default, we ended up with a four-way stop there that is now causing, operational problems at least part of the day or for 15 minutes if the neighbors are correct. At Jefferson and Westward Ho, and it really is a problem for the city of Indio in that they have a turn pocket issue going northbound where they are not able to get traffic to go westbound on Westward Ho, and the same thing happens when right turners going southbound. So from an traffic engineering standpoint, and Nazir can correct me if I'm wrong, but really the answer is to eliminate the two-way stop in the east-west direction because that takes care of the problem. But then we're back to having problems, but then the Westward Ho folks might have an issue with that.
Well, the roundabout clearly would impact the backing out safety component as well.
Well,
If they're constantly moving, then that's not going to help those folks that need to back out. So I should deal with the four-way stop and
I'd like to keep the four-way
address
stop.
it in a future year with better finances.
We still have Roadrunner.
I don't know. I think the consensus is let's drop it.
and we can send that word to CBAG. That's
I don't know
think
how
that
much
that's a problem.
more has to be done to do it, but why pour money down a rat hole when it's not going to work?
Well, it might work, but the people don't want it.
No.
It'll take us 2 years to convince them that they want it.
And you're not sure
We'll grant the 2 years.
that they'll even follow through with it.
Right.
So, no, I just think it's ridiculous to go any further with it. Let's eliminate it.
I don't have any other questions, thank you.
Okay? Anyone else there? Okay. Okay, sure.
On the schedule, you got YMCA daycare ADA improvements. Is there an amount there? That 100, okay, I thought that was Silver Rock. That's above that. It's on the Silver Rock line, isn't it? No, it's on, okay, okay. All right, never mind, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
I gather there's nothing else. At this time, I will open the public hearing, and I do have some requests to speak. So if you would be so kind as if I call your name, come up to the podium, give us your name and address for the record, and if you could keep your comments to 3 minutes, we'd appreciate it. Mark, and I'm not going to try and pronounce the last name. I'll let you tell me.
My name is Mark McConaughey. I own a home at 46100 Roadrunner and also another home at 79800 Horseshoe, just around the corner.
Okay.
And I'm not in favor of the roundabout, as you appear not to, and so I'm happy with that. Many of you addressed many of the concerns that I have about it, but I'd also like to point out the fact that we have lots and lots of students on foot walking that way, and it's not just the high school. There's a middle school and an elementary school within a couple blocks of there also. They're gonna have to cross in that roundabout through those intersections. It's gonna be very difficult for them to judge when traffic is coming, and traffic is gonna be stopping for them, and if it is stopping for them, it'll stop all the traffic flow in the roundabout every time a student walks across there, because they'll be in the roundabout. If you understand what I'm saying.
Sure.
So that's a huge concern, safety concern,
sure.
For the children walking to school.
Yeah.
And I know everything's been looked at from a traffic stance, but you really need to consider all the students walking on that street also. And also a roundabout of that size, several of the homeowners in that area have large motorhomes. The golf course nearby gets deliveries from big trucks, articulated vehicles, the tractor trailer type trucks. I don't think they'll be able to use that intersection either. It'll be too tight of a turning radius. It could result in people just getting stuck there or damaging vehicles. Anyway, there's a lot of concerns about it. The ingress and egress from Indian Springs, the gate right there, it's gonna mess the stacking up for the vehicles going in and out. There's basically stacking for maybe 1.5, 2 cars there. It's not wide enough that they can kind of park together, but with that roundabout cutting into it, it's not. Parents stop and drop children off on Westward Ho constantly during the school. They just stop, it stops traffic, they open up the car doors. That's probably more of the problem. The cross-corner crosswalk stops traffic for 3 times as long as it used to, or at least it seems to be. It's maybe only twice as long. That's gonna slow down traffic on Westward Ho much more than the current 4-way stop is. It's just a lot of problems. It's a large expense with little or no benefit. I don't think it's even a matter of education. I just think it's a poor idea. The current 4-way stop works well for 99% of the day. I think it's actually, if you look over the 24-hour day, the 180 days in school, the 15 minutes a day, while school is in session, it's less than 1% of the actual 24-hour clock that area is affected. And the cost of $500,000 to possibly negate those effects, I just don't think is a good use for taxpayer dollars. And so I don't know if you can do an amendment like this and say, yes, we would like to approve this, but exclude the roundabout at Westward Ho. And that would be great. Thank you. I didn't actually see a vote. I heard it done by consensus, but
yeah.
Okay, that's all.
And Mark, you forgot one other thing, bicyclists.
Yes.
And you get a lot of bicyclists, and it's more difficult for them to go around because I see it on Jefferson. I drive it all the time at the roundabout, and the bicyclists create a problem. And this time of year, in the mornings and in the evenings, you see a lot of them out there.
We have students
and these kids on bicycles.
And we also have a lot of just people out on the road. That's their thing. They get on their road bikes and yeah.
Good.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mark. All right, Margaret Scaring?
Margaret.
I think Margaret got the message. Bruce Clark? And did Bruce. Okay. Anyone else wishing to speak on this item? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing and the matters before the council.
With that, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve resolution number 2014-024, the CIP program for fiscal years 2014-15 through 18-19, with the caveat of the removal of the roundabout at Roadrunner and Westward Ho.
Second.
Been moved and second. Please vote. Motion passes unanimously. Okay, thank you. At this point, we'll move back to our study session, going on to item number 2, and that's discuss a sales tax sharing agreement with Michael Chauvelin for certain improvements associated with 111 La Quinta Center. Staff report?
We'll go back to this after.
Yeah, okay. I thought we did.
No, we didn't finish.
We didn't, no? Okay. Oh, that's right, he was retaliating.
Your Honor, council members, this matter before you is with regards to the 111 La Quinta Center and a request from Mr. Chauvelin for a sales tax sharing agreement. As you probably are aware, the 111 La Quinta Center is one of the first and actually the largest shopping centers that we have in our community, with several anchor stores and businesses existing there. The last economic recession that we've seen has resulted in a current vacancy of about 37% of their ancillary retail tenant spaces, and they also have a handful of undeveloped pad spaces currently existing within the center. Hobby Lobby is one that we've heard about for quite some time. It's actually under construction. The pad has been graded. It's ready to go. They're finalizing the permit, waiting for a few additional items from Hobby Lobby, but they should be actually fully going on that construction soon, and they hope to open sometime next year.
Excuse me, Les.
Yes.
That thing has been graded with the fence around it for at least 4 months with no work being done. I tell people, it's under construction. Actually, I see no construction going on for at least 4 months. Apparently there's a problem of some sort, and I don't know what it is, but it's hard to say that they're under construction when there is no construction going on whatsoever. It's just been graded, and I know watered down, but that's it.
Yeah, they were able to get the information we needed in order to allow for them to proceed with the pad. The pad's been certified, ready to go. There have been some challenges, though, with the Hobby Lobby team in getting the appropriate information to us. We now have that in, finally, and we're very close.
When did that come in?
They had to reapply after the first of the year. We got a package in from them in April. And we've reviewed that, and it went back to them for review, correction to those review comments, and now it's back to us. So we're very close to that final step of finally being able to issue a permit.
When can we expect to see somebody in there with a shovel?
That will depend upon Hobby Lobby. Yeah. But we're
Which could be?
Yeah, from our standpoint, we're ready. We're within probably 10 to 14 days of being ready to issue the permit. Again, this started back in July with Hobby Lobby submitting to us. They actually let it go. They had to reapply again after the first of the year. So we've certainly been ready to perform. It's been a matter of Hobby Lobby staff being able to get the information to us that we need to complete that process. But as I mentioned, we're very close to being ready to go finally.
Well, we're all looking forward to it. But.
Yes, absolutely. There have been a handful of very minor recent improvements made within the center here in the last few months. And then there are some future improvements that Mr. Chauvelin is planning, a lot of that being associated with and around Hobby Lobby as he continues to see interest with those vacant pads that exist right in that general vicinity of the center. As was mentioned just a little bit ago with the previous item, there is the new traffic signal proposed at Adams and Corporate Center Drive that was originally identified as a three-leg intersection. We have been conversing for the last probably year, I would think, with regards to the addition of a fourth leg going into the center, as we felt that that would be, could be a significant improvement to the center for general circulation purposes. So the proposal that's been brought forward is to enter into a sales tax sharing agreement with the sales tax that would be generated from Hobby Lobby. It's been proposed for a 50-50 split of the city's 1% that we receive until $400,000 of those sales tax dollars have been obtained, or 800,000 total, 400,000 going to back to Mr. Shovelin. Based on the information that's been provided to us from Mr. Shovelin via Hobby Lobby and the numbers that we've ran, we anticipate that reimbursement would be fulfilled within approximately 5.5 years. And the funds have been identified as shown there, splitting up that $400,000 into a handful of different areas for landscape improvements, pedestrian walkway improvements. With regards to the signal, there's quite a bit of real estate associated, not just with the right-of-way, but the impact of real estate that exists out there today. You probably all are aware of the trailers that have been there that used to be, until just recently, Mr. Shovelin's offices all those years. He's now relocated out of that area. And it does divide up that property that has been historically identified for a future pad site. And then there's also some additional on-site improvements associated with that future signal, again, that were not a part of the estimates that Public Works has come forward with. It's been identified in conversations with the Shovelin that there would be a $50,000 commitment by him towards that. As I mentioned in the written report to you, there's also interest in trying to work with Kohl's. We've had conversations with them about a contribution from them, and then the potential of a additional contribution coming from the city that would result in a total amount of about $150,000, which is what we need for the difference to fulfill that fourth leg. And then there's an additional $55,000 identified for future signage and aesthetic improvements around the center as a whole, for a total of $400,000. The site plan here represents the location of the Hobby Lobby, the future Hobby Lobby pad. We've also got the traffic signal identified there at Corporate Center and Adams. And as you can see around Hobby Lobby, there's, no, that's all right. There's, that's probably the largest area of yet to be developed property. There's been a handful of different tenants that Mr. Shovelin has been working with. And he feels very optimistic with the Hobby Lobby, with the interest that's come from Hobby Lobby, that site will, those additional pads will see build out in the very foreseeable future. And then the next slide gives you a very rough idea of the access proposed into the center. Adams Street running along the bottom of the aerial there, with north actually being to, as you're looking at this, to your right. You can see the entrance that would be proposed coming into the center. That would match up with an existing drive aisle that you could take all the way from near to the south, near the La Quinta car wash that connects out to Highway 111. It would be that drive aisle connecting through, which then continues further to the north and actually wraps around behind Kohl's, which would be of value for deliveries in the future. But it would definitely, again, provide a signalized access point into that center to the benefit of that area of the community. So in conclusion, we're bringing this matter before you this evening, which we typically haven't done in the past, but with a new process we have to go through at a future public hearing, possibly coming forward. We're seeking your input and feedback tonight that'll help us to be able to set up the various variables of this proposal as we venture forward and prepare this for a public hearing in the foreseeable future. So with that, conclude my staff report. Be happy to answer any questions you might have regarding this matter.
Good. Thanks, Les. Questions? Christie?
Les, if you would go back to the slide prior to the one showing now. What's the purple that's above, to the north? Never eat
Medium.
soggy waffles. To the west, that one right there.
Yeah,
Yeah, what's
medium.
that? Oh, okay.
Yeah, it would be a planter island to keep traffic from continuing into the parking lots. The remainder of that parking lot the configuration would be as it is today. And it would be, the requirement to have to split either to the left or right at that spot.
Does that parking lot belong to Shovelin or Coles?
The yellow line on the map represents the property line, meaning that above that is Coles and below it is Mr. Shovelin's property.
Say that again. Sorry.
If we, so that area where the arrow is circling around, that's all Coles. Below that, that's a different owner where Tim's out there, and then Shovelin's property is between the yellow line and Adams Street.
Okay, when we have done sales tax rebates before, let's say with Kohl's, we weren't in a 50-50? Have we ever done a 50-50? No. Okay, what's Costco? 40-60 is the highest we've ever gone. Okay. All right, that's all I have for right now.
Good. Lee, anything?
That 50-50, yeah, I thought there was somebody else too that we did a 50-50 with. How about on the hotels?
Those were.
Embassy or?
Embassy and Homewood Suites.
Homewood Suites.
Are those 50-50?
We have not exceeded 40% in the sales tax agreements. We had discussions of the potential of doing a 50-50 when we were in conversations with the Chrysler Jeep Dodge truck dealership.
Right. Okay.
But that's the only time.
All right, thank you.
You're right, because
Okay.
I can remember, but I couldn't remember who. Okay. Terry?
Those days are gone anyway, and we had other tools too to use, and we're down to very few tools that in our toolbox anymore. So I think that the community that is aware that there's a Hobby Lobby on the horizon is very excited, and I think that this particular retail store would do a lot for the whole shopping center over there and fill a lot of vacancies. So I frankly, plus the traffic signal is almost as important as the Hobby Lobby. I think you want to go back and forth between those.
It's
two.
a dangerous situation
Yeah, it
anymore.
is dangerous.
Quite a few accidents there.
So I think all in all that it's a good deal and it's worth moving forward.
Okay. Linda?
So you're okay with it?
You're supporting?
I am.
You're supporting it as presented?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So I guess traffic signals are costing us $430,000 according to the CIP, correct?
For the average traffic signal, yes, that's correct.
Is this an average traffic signal?
It is not. It's got, as you can see, quite a few other improvements on either side of it in terms of medians and so forth that are being included in this project.
So this is really a $430 plus $170,000 traffic signal?
No, it was actually it started off as a $720,000 project when it was approved in the CIP, I believe, 3 years ago.
And that was when it was three-legged?
And it was three-legged with the restrictor islands that you see there, and then the last couple of years of going back and forth to try and figure out if this fourth leg was possible added the costs that we're talking about now.
But really, when we look at the $400,000 rebate for us, it's not specific to the signal per se, it's what's happening to the land that needs to be dedicated per se in order for us to make that work, correct?
Yeah.
It's a multitude of things. It's not just a signal. There's other improvements, again, that would be forthcoming with development activity within the entire center going forward.
I think with the RDA, that's where we've been able to jump in a little better.
Right. So I guess tell me how this is, why isn't the tax sharing agreement, would it be with Hobby Lobby or why is it with Michael Shovelin? Because he's funding the building? I know he's building the building, but Hobby Lobby's the store operator that's generating the sales tax.
We focused on Hobby Lobby because it is the new retailer coming in.
Sure.
And a lot of this came about as a result in the conversation with Mr. Shovlin in his proposal came about because of Hobby Lobby coming into the center. So we focused and targeted that. The agreement would not be with Hobby Lobby. It's directly with Mr. Shovlin, as he is the one that's paying for all of the improvements associated with that project.
Okay. And our traditional process has been a 60-40 when we had money days. I guess I'm not opposed to considering the 50-50 split, but we have also added a cap versus just saying we can go up to 400,000 whenever he eventually gets to it, and putting a time limit on it. So if we think it's approximately 5.5 years, either we cap it to 6 years or something like that, and whichever comes first, and it's done. Based on the projections, I would imagine it's doable. Hopefully, that's a conservative amount.
And what we could do, or what we will have to do actually, is during the public hearing, you will get all that information. We didn't provide it to you today, but we've ran a spreadsheet, again, based on the numbers that Hobby Lobby provide for their anticipated performance out of this store, that lays all that out and will show you the payoff and how that works.
And I imagine this center happens to be probably one of our larger sales tax generators. Is that something that's available to us?
It generates, in its current configuration without Hobby Lobby, about $800,000 a year.
That would be significant. Okay.
I like the idea. Let's say we max it at 6 years.
Yeah.
Just do a cap on time. A couple of questions I had asked when I was meeting with Frank is about access points for the CV link. And I guess because of our bridge configurations at Adams Street Bridge and the access points, we've already got that with the sidewalks. So he's got an added benefit in terms of marketing when we get to the CV Link project, that people can come and see the store and shop. And we also need to look at expediting Hobby Lobby however we can, because there's a sign somewhere in Rancho Mirage that says there's one coming there too. And I don't know if that's a true statement or if they're making further progress in that city or not, but we need to be the first out of the ground to get that store in our valley.
I think they're going to go into the,
River?
no, the shopping center
across
that
the
was
street.
in use
Across the
today.
Atria, I don't know.
Where the drugstore is, it's gonna move into a smaller store, and I think Hobby Lobby's gonna go into.
An existing versus a brand new building here, which is enormous.
Yeah.
So I would suggest I'd go with the 50-50 split, but I would cap it at 5 years or 6 years.
Okay. Les, with what we're going through here now, has that anything to do with, we're talking about a median going down Adams at that point? Are we dealing with that median when we're dealing with the issues that we're talking about now?
No, I mean, Tim could probably elaborate upon it, but the specifics of what's before you this evening in that tax sharing agreement, it's not a part of that, but it is a part of the signal improvement and the design for the signal improvement.
Yeah, I just want to, there's no sense bringing it up now, but I am concerned because we do put a medium in there. People going southbound on Adams cannot get into the Sprouse Reeds, the Best Buy shopping center without either going clear out on Highway 111 or cutting off on Corporate Way and then go in through the backyard to come into it. So it's going to be a little inconvenient. And then the same with people going northbound on Adams, cannot get into the Shell station and the and Chauvelin's property and the car wash and the other things in there. So I'm thinking that when we're looking at the design of that, if there would be left turn lanes built into that area, and that something that we need to consider, because it will impact the businesses in there about being able to get into them easily. Right now, you know, you can get in easily, but it is sort of a dangerous situation because of the traffic moving through there, and especially if the light on 111 is green and people are going pretty fast to make that light. But we're not dealing with it now, but it's something that we need to consider as we deal with the issue.
Sure, and I know that Tim and I both would be more than willing to talk to you about it because the design does allow for greater movement than I think what you might think, and we'd be happy to explain that to you
Yeah,
later.
okay. But at the present time, we're not dealing with that now.
I knew, we're bringing worms into it, that's
Mr. Mayor, if I can, I missed that. So under this, you will not be able to turn, coming out of the car wash Shell station onto Adams, you will not be able to
make a
turn
left-hand
left,
turn.
going south.
Right.
And coming out of the Sprouts parking lot, you will not be able to turn left going north
You turn left, but you can't turn right.
via the worm. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's something that we need to address, not at the present time, but as we design going down the road.
Yeah.
When it comes back to us, to put that into existence.
Well, just for clarification, the left turn restrictors, that's what the LT restrictor is pointing to, those black worms, as you want to call them. That, they're designed to do just that, to prevent the left out, which is the dangerous movement that we want people to go over to the traffic signal and use to go north or southbound and cross traffic that way. I mean, that's why we're building the traffic signal.
Yeah. Okay.
We're trying to get everybody to use the traffic signal.
Right. But you will be able to, if you're already out on the road, you will be able to, if you're going southbound or northbound, for instance, and you want to turn into the Shell station or into the car wash, there is a left turn pocket. And so that's allowed, but it's just when you come back out, you'll have to go over to the traffic signal if you want to go continue northbound.
And make a U-turn if you want to go southbound.
Yeah, if you're coming out of Sprouts.
Yeah, that's correct. You would have to go up to the signal and make a U-turn to go back southbound.
Design it so that you can make a U-turn.
Right.
Because there are some places where you can't make U-turns.
I believe that's part of the design
But this will be dealt with
yes.
in the future.
Okay, as long as that's considered for the U-turn.
Yeah, the U-turn will not be a problem, but the left turn out will be restricted.
I understand.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
I just have one further question. Maybe this will come up during the public hearing. What Mr. Shovelin plans to spend this $400,000 on? Miscellaneous is a word, future, pedestrian, properties, okay. On-site improvements, miscellaneous, future. There isn't anything solid here. I mean, are we gonna have a time frame on some of this? But it's all very floppy right now to me.
Yeah, we could certainly work out a schedule that would maybe help clarify that.
With flexibility, but something we can put our
standpoint.
teeth into. Thank you.
Great. Good point.
Okay. Unless there's anything else, this is a study session, so we don't have to take any action on it. All right, let's go back to number one in the proposed budget. I think we need some answers in regards to cost.
May I ask a question?
Sure.
I see Dave Heckman in here, and I know last meeting he had brought up the opportunity for a revenue generator of having landlords pay some type of business fee, licensing fee. And who wants to provide the information as to what options we might have or what that would require? Is that a Rita? Is that a Susan? Is that a Frank?
To the extent we're expanding the scope of our business tax beyond what it existed pre-Prop 218, I think we would need to take that out for vote if we're doing it for revenue generation as opposed to just covering the cost of regulation.
So it has to go out to a vote.
I expect
Sure.
that.
Okay, I just.
Yeah, I understand
people
all
are
that about a
following
tax
you.
and a fee. When this happened in Whittier, perhaps it was prior to a certain proposition where you did not have to put it to the voters. But even if it is if you collected it as a fee and it was used for code enforcement, wouldn't that work to help with code enforcement?
It would have to be related to code enforcement for the apartment units in the homes. So if we were to do inspections to make sure that they were compliant to health and safety standards, or we had an annual inspection to, we can't enforce occupancy as a city, but just for mostly health and safety standards, then we could set it up as a fee system.
Yeah, it just, that's the way the city put it to me, is that they would do a better job of code enforcement, which of course I would have appreciated, you know, because there's all kinds of added on dwellings on the back and the landlords do goofy things, and I just thought, you know, if this could help with code enforcement,
Well,
it would be a
the biggest,
good thing.
the
So
biggest problem.
I understand that if it's a tax, yeah, we're,
Well, and the problem too is to have better code enforcement means you need more people. And so then if you're going to charge a fee for the license, it's got a nexus right into the cost of doing the business. So you haven't added any additional revenue.
But I want to thank you for bringing up the idea and having us explore those and continue to look for those opportunities. So
Sure.
I just want to acknowledge that and thank you, Dave.
Okay, Frank?
So let me read off the scorecard that Rita graciously put together during our dinner break. So, given the discussion we had, if we took the $476,000 that's been identified, $476,494, and we deduct from that $48,140 for the supplemental requests, we set aside $100,000 for insurance, we set aside $100,000 for marketing/economic development. We set aside $20,000 for grants. We set aside $50,000 in some form for either Martha's or Roy's and that. And we reduced the CVIP funding by $40,000. That all adds up to $198,300, or reduces the $476,000 to $198,354. In our discussions that we've had regarding some of the conversations we're having with the association, our ballpark figure there is that it could be a $120,000 type of investment. So that would reduce that dollar amount down to $78,000, which means that setting aside any money in addition to that for reserves would not be feasible. And then there are a few other items that I was going to talk about in my review that is not included in this amount.
So actually, you added the 50,000 that we talked about, but then we zapped all the reserves, no reserves, so that's what you're talking about.
Right, because of the employee component, yeah. Replace the reserve amount with 78,300 surplus.
That's skinny.
And we may or may not need the entire 100,000 for the insurance, right? That's flexible.
Well, what we would be doing is setting that away as a fund. So it would be in essence putting it as a special reserve for insurance that we would build up over time to use as things fluctuate. So we're not spending that on insurance, we're reserving it for future insurance to build up an insurance reserve fund.
So it's been removed from the availability of using it.
Right.
Correct.
And we could reduce that 100 and still reserve less than 100.
But the problem with that is we're not reducing the cost. The cost is going to continue to grow.
I understand. And the goal is at $500,000 in that one, correct?
That's what we were suggesting as a dollar amount to keep at a constant basis in there.
I'm sorry, I missed that part. How much were you looking to?
We were looking to, over a series of years, to build up to $500,000 in this lockbox reserve fund to cover any increases in future insurance costs. That could either be achieved, it's probably both the same way, but achieved by if next year insurance costs drop by $150,000 or $200,000, then we'd recommend that we would take that $200,000 and put it into this insurance reserve so we could build it up.
Now, on, if I can, Mr. Mayor?
Sure.
On the reserve study that was handed out and looking at this report And the estimated general fund balance of 94.6 million minus these designated reserves, non-spendable, our emergency reserves and whatnot that we've always had, the 35% and everything, you end up with an unassigned $4.6 million.
That's not a
And
lot.
that's increased due to one-time property tax RDA. So, on the very bottom. So what is your suggestion with that 4.6 million?
My suggestion is it stays there.
Mhm.
So, for
Absolutely.
example, one of the ways I was looking at the I-10 interchange costs, if we have to go and deal with taking money to, or funding that sooner than we anticipated, I would see us looking at that $4.6 million to do that.
Okay. I'm not looking to spend it. I just
Yeah.
wanted some clarity on what you guys are looking to do.
Wasn't that reserve money for operationals, waiting for the receipts to come in?
No, that's just above that, the $2.9 million for a cash flow reserve.
All right,
So
cash
what
flow reserve, thank you.
is laid out here is basically what we would project that fund balance to be and how those liquid reserves would be allocated for specific things.
And again, looking at the reserve study on the far left column, item 502 is information technology, which is projected to have an ending balance of 519,000. And I believe that's the number I was talking about earlier today regarding our technology budget and the increases in that budget. Is any of that $519,000 going to be available for the increases in technology that you have in your budget?
We're to read on that specifics.
Yeah, that's our projected balance if we stick to budget, and that money just sits there in the IT fund available for future appropriation.
Well, and we're appropriating in this budget how much in technology?
The total budget is about $719,000, and we're charging back about $650,000 to departments. So we're using about $50,000 of the fund balance. So the ending fund balance, the starting fund balance is about 588, and then that goes down to 519.
Yeah, the
Okay.
big investment was this past year in all the new
Right.
systems, and that was the 750 budget line item.
Because in here, I mean, there's quite a bit in technology here
Yeah.
for all the different departments.
And
I-
typically, that's the chargebacks. So part of what
Right.
comes out of this IT budget too is the cost of employees associated with supporting our IT system or the contract costs. So it's not that we're out buying hardware, because
Right.
we've done the hardware acquisition and the software acquisition. It's instead the costs associated with staffing costs and their benefits to support our IT systems, as well as our license agreements associated with the software we have and some of our cloud-based computing costs, as well as our leasing costs for the equipment that we're leasing in terms of computers and that.
Okay.
Anything else? Okay. Frank, I guess we all understand this is estimated. We just really don't know the actual figures, and that things could change between now and the end of this year.
Yes, things will change, and in those changes, we'll see more occurring as to when we start closing off the books for expenditures for this current fiscal year to see if we've spent close to what the budgets are or less than what the budgets are. In terms of revenues, as we stated in our budget presentation on May 20th, we're within $80,000 of our projected revenues for sales tax. We had the one-time increase in property tax, but we're seeing that that's not going to be sustained because that was money that we paid out and we got back. And so what I would say you're going to see in terms of the fiscal condition of the city is the change relating to how much cost savings we've been able to achieve in our current year budget when we close the books as of June 30th.
But we normally take a conservative approach to all this.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
So we should be fiscally okay, no matter what we're doing in regards to these issues that we're just talking about.
Correct. And so if you see us a little hesitant about some of these funding requests, it's just that we're being conservative and saying,
Yes. No.
let's have a little padding here, that's all.
Understand.
Well, when you look at the requests, except for the 100,000 for the marketing economic development and the 20,000 grant, 50,000 homeless is out there. Staff's actually recommending more ads than council is. Just throwing that out there. And when we're looking at spending all the money, we're talking about 120,000 with the homeless that I would say is about divided since we're not giving to Palm Springs.
Who's requesting the 50,000 for the homeless? Staff?
No, I mean, that's something that we've recognized as an obligation, per se.
Who's requesting 20,000?
We are.
So that's not staff? Because
No, we've got
I
a,
heard you said staff is requesting more than we are.
well, the 100 insurance. We've got the 48 and change, the 120 for employee association. So, I mean, we're sharing the surplus, right?
Well, and the 100,000 for insurance is based upon the discussion we had
I thought
2 weeks ago.
What Lee wanted to do
Yeah.
was to build up a fund for
So you are
insurance.
spending all of our money.
I didn't say build up a fund for insurance. At our last meeting, I was very concerned about the increase in cost of insurance,
Yeah.
substantial increase, and I was worried about, the workers' comp calculations, and, they've looked at that and reduced their workers' comp by $67,000.
So you found money.
So, I never saw the need to accrue an additional $100,000 in fund balance for insurance, but you guys know.
Probably
more
not a
about
bad
the
idea. It's really now
cost of
$500,000.
insurance at City Hall than I do, so.
And another way to look at it is that we're kind of using that 67,000 that we had originally allocated for workers' comp. That's part of the 100,000 in a way. It's kind of,
Moving it.
yeah,
Securing
kind
it.
of seed money and funds that we didn't expect and came up later as a result of lowering that allocation. So that was part of our recommendation. We thought that would be a good use for seed money to start an insurance fund.
Okay.
Okay, if that's it.
We'll march forward and directly.
Well, I hope so.
So
we
you're
need
gonna
to
bring it back as a business item on our next meeting on the 17th?
Yes.
Yeah.
And they'll have all this plus reserve fund
This
balances
is
as
still
well in the
study.
report?
Give us a breakdown on everything.
Great, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, let's move on to reports and informational items. Linda, you want to go first?
Oh, shoot, I didn't have, damn,
I will simply just pass along the 2013 report on the economic impact of tourism from the CVB. Not sure if you've seen this, but each of you are allowed to take one of those. And I don't have anything to report until next meeting on the CBAG.
Okay.
Except we're happy to know that DHS and the Water District was added to the multi-species habitat, so
Good.
that's a follow-up item.
Christie?
Yes, CVEP.
We going back?
Oh, we're going backwards, I know. We met last time in Desert Hot Springs, the Boys and Girls Club, actually. And there were the usual reports, business development, workforce excellence, and so forth, and a discussion on the economic blueprint. But a good portion of the meeting was devoted to this parcel tax. And there seemed to be, I sensed reluctance on the part of quite a few board members to move forward with this, but Dick Oliphant has been, as I said, given the task to move this forward, and he did make the statement that it would be on a ballot, or the ballots would be out in the year 2015. And that was just across the board statement. So I hope that Tom is listening to what we were saying tonight, because a parcel tax does, of course it does what he wants, because he wants to have some sort of sustainability. But I don't feel that it's appropriate at this time, and I kind of thought, I had the feeling at any rate that this committee has been working on this for quite a while. And this is the first time that any presentation, that it surfaced. And I don't know, just didn't have a really good feeling about it, but that's basically what went on in that meeting.
Okay. Terry?
I'll make this one short and sweet if I can do that. Sometimes I'm not able to. The League of California Cities, and I think I did send you a heads up on this one, that we were joint sponsors on the medical marijuana bill. And I recently sent you something that the league has withdrawn our sponsorship because the legislature took it through their committee, and they almost did a gut and amend, and it took out all local control on it. So we are no longer sponsors on the medical marijuana bill that is up there, and we will be actively not supporting that. And again, this is, I think I got this out to Chris. Chris, are you still here, or you let him go home?
He's at the supervisor for tonight's.
Yeah, that's okay, but I think this was requesting a letter, that we are opposed to it. So I can get this out to him again if you like.
Did you give it to him, or?
I think I sent it to all of you folks that we had withdrawn our support.
Yes, I remember seeing it.
Yeah, okay, so, but this is what goes to what we were talking about earlier, and why I bring this up is because with that policy that you've adopted, the staff will be able to respond rapidly. You know, you send a yes letter one day and they got amended, and the next day it's a whole completely different bill. And if your staff is current and aware of all that, then you folks will be too, so.
Now, did you read that in Washington DC, the Senate passed a bill to recognize state laws regarding medical marijuana?
I heard about it.
And now it's got to go to the Congress to see.
Right, I heard about it.
But if the federal government
Yeah.
changes the law in that regard, it's going to be totally different.
Right.
And that's one of the reasons we were able to say no here in La Quinta.
Sure.
Because our police department is going to shut it down under federal law.
Well, when you stand up here and you swear to uphold the laws of the nation.
Right.
I mean, and you don't do this, and the government says marijuana is illegal.
Yep.
Hey, that's what I told that guy on the phone the other day.
So that's all that I have.
Okay, Lee?
Sir, yes, we met with the Imperial Irrigation ECAC Board, met yesterday, and there's quite a few new solar projects coming on board over the next couple of years. So that's going well. The meeting was going very well last night until we got to the public benefits budget. And, you know, with the numerous energy saving programs on the public budget, you know, to help folks with attic insulation, or help folks repair old air conditioners, or help, you know, some of these energy efficient programs. One of the programs with the least amount of bang for your buck is attic insulation. And a couple of the board members from Imperial Valley wanted to add an additional $500,000 to the attic insulation program. But they could not tell anybody what other fund that money was going to come from in order to do it. So that motion went down, and nobody voted for it other than the one that made the motion and the second. What staff did with the IID is they were going to give you a 60 cents per square foot reimbursement on attic insulation. They cut that in half to 30 cents. So therefore, you know, twice as many people can use it, and the cost efficiency will then get much better. And so they're putting in, again, $19 million a year into these public benefit programs to help energy efficiency, whether, again, air conditioning, refrigerators, attic insulation.
Are they regulated by some state law or federal law that they have to have a percentage of something?
No, because there was compared to other power companies throughout the state of California, and by far IID is the most generous program there is. A good example is the attic insulation. The only one that's an unlimited amount of reimbursement caps at $250. So under the old program, you could have your entire attic redone almost for free. And IID was the most generous in the state on that. So
Yeah.
they've made some changes, but I mean, out of 20 items on that agenda last night, that one item took an hour.
Really?
Because
Well,
there's a couple of
I've seen us
folks
do that a couple times.
that just wanna, put more money into it regardless of the efficiency of the program. And that's what was frustrating, but, otherwise, ID's, continuing to market their renewable resource percentages, and that's going well, and, everything else looks good so far. They really are, they're ahead of the game, they're still looking to get to 30% by year 2020.
Good.
They're on track.
Got it.
That's all I have.
Okay, Sunline, nothing significant. We're dealing with our budget like everybody else. And that, I attended the CVAG meeting last night, and that, interesting, there's a couple of things that, of interest in that. We talked earlier about Jefferson Street. Let me read what the agreement was that we have just recently. It says the final plans have been approved by Caltrans. On April 22nd, a judge awarded possession of the final property needed for the project, so a right-of-way certificate could be awarded. Construction is anticipated in early 2014. You forget that. The latest schedule delays and the start of the project construction until the 1st of 2015. The main issue is federal funds on the project that must be obligated before the project can be advertised. The current estimate is that it will not happen until the end of September. The county can then advertise and award a contract for construction. So we're talking a couple of years down the road. And that. We did a final approval of agreement for Tom Kirk, and that the interesting thing is we did have to go into closed session because of an issue brought up by the city of Coachella. And basically, it had nothing to do with Tom's performance. It had to do with Coachella feeling that they were not getting a full benefit from CVAG as other cities were. And Tom met with them, and I guess they got their problem resolved. Steve Hernandez, represented Coachella last night, and he said everything has been worked out and they're moving forward. So the good news is Tom is now another extension of 5 years.
But his contract's public, isn't it?
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
well, would you bring a copy back for?
Yeah, I think, yeah.
I'd like
We might have had a copy, you might have got one, Frank, with the CVAG. Let me double check, and we can get that. And the last one is the approval of the budget for Roy's, and we talked about that just earlier, and the issues.
I forgot to mention.
And that, they approved it, and that there's a couple of cities that have not bought into it yet, but they're coming in.
I'm
But
sorry, this is for what?
Roy's.
Roy's Home
And that, but
If I can on that, Mr. Mayor, I forgot to mention that meeting, because that budget was negative $21,000, I
Yeah.
believe.
Yeah.
And that was, obviously zero coming from the city of La Quinta, but also zero coming from the city of Indian Wells.
Yeah.
And that item was gonna be on the agenda for the city of Indian Wells coming up shortly.
Yeah.
But they didn't know exactly how much they were gonna fund. So they're gonna pull the 21,000 out of reserves at this point in time, and that's how it was approved at our level.
yeah, I kind of kidded Mary and Ashley. I said, well, you can always take it out of your discretionary funds.
Well, Lee, when I covered the meeting for you and they were presenting the proposed budget and they had Indian Wells at zero, I believe Lupe, maybe Jenny or Lupe ran that meeting, and they reminded the new Indian Wells council member that this was a commitment made over 10 years. And he promptly replied with, the council can't commit anything for 10 years. The current council can put what's available in the budget, and they had made the shift a couple years back to put it into their grant program. And so if the grant committee felt it was a worthy opportunity to support that through the grant process, that's how they were supporting Roy's going forward. So it'll be interesting to see what they come up with.
Yeah.
It was a little controversial, needless to say, with our big zero and Indio's big zero. And
Well, that's why we need to get
right.
Martha's.
I'm happy to support our East Valley shelters.
Yeah, we need to support our community here. Okay, that concludes that. We'll move on to mayor and council members' items. Anybody have anything?
Yes, I have
Sure.
one item just to note on the financial report for Silver Rock. that as of April of 2014, they are ahead of budget on the net income by $86,000.
Wow.
Isn't that good?
That is outstanding. So, go Silver Rock.
Good. I have a couple of items. Interesting, I think we all got a copy of the email in regards to the realtor lady from, she lives in Palm Desert and that, but she was taking tenants out to look at something up there. And, you know, when I saw the email and it said it's showing the house and not sure La Quinta Cove is right for them, the schools are okay. I said, what do you mean the schools are okay? Right. It was interesting, and Linda was there. We were at a chamber mixer the other night, and the lady realtor who did this and sent this email to us was there. She came up and introduced herself to me and that, and I said, what do you mean the schools are okay? I said, they're the best in the state of California and that, they're outstanding in that. And don't you sell this, don't you understand, you know, if you're coming in to sell property in La Quinta, you ought to be able to understand the demographics of what's happening in our community. And she says, I've got a lot to learn. So, but it was interesting, but you know, whether they like this, but they're stating, well, Ralph's is leaving, and as a major issue in that, and I said, well, we're not sure about that at the present time, but she's learning something about our schools anyways. And speaking of schools and that, I attended Ben Franklin's, their spring musical program. They have a performing arts program, and they do an outstanding job, the kids. It's a lot of fun. Anyways, when the program was over, one of the teachers and another lady who was, I guess, on their PTA or whatever it is, came up to me and they says, is there any way we can get some signage that says where Ben Franklin School is? We have people that come and they don't know where the school is. And so I talked to Frank about, you know, our blue signs and that maybe we could put Ben Franklin, but apparently the agreement that we have as to what goes on those signs doesn't include schools and that. And so I was thinking maybe of the council, if we agreed that maybe we should give a little latitude so that we can add, you know, schools as part of the community. We say Old Town and we say the village and things like that. What's wrong with saying school district, whether it's Ben Franklin or La Quinta High School or something? If they want it, if they think it's something that they want recognition of when people are driving down the street, they'll know where the school district, the school is.
Can they ask the district? What
For
a sign? Blue signs are you talking about? The ones that?
The wayfinder signs that sit up on the concrete.
Our agreement with who?
Our policy, the council policy, when this was brought up, we went back and looked, is that the signs are designated for either, just got an email.
But it's our policy, we can change it.
Right, and that's why we're bringing it up here. It's
And that's why
designated
I
for
talked
city
to Frank
facilities or
Frankson,
places.
once you bring it up, the council, something that we may want to consider. They thought, you know, and I don't blame them, they thought it was something that they needed to let people know where Ben Franklin School is. And so I said, well, I can't disagree with that.
The orange or the yellow, you know, diamond signs that say school or school crossings.
Well, that would be probably on Eisenhower or something like that, but it wouldn't be Washington.
We gave you $400,000 from a roundabout.
Yeah. I'm sure there's a grant.
But is it council's feeling that maybe we should look into this and allow a little latitude for something special like school news?
I think that that'd be a great topic to bring up in the 2x2s with the superintendent for schools, and perhaps they can offer up some of their funds, but we would maybe assist them in the placement of those funds, the placement of the schools.
Great idea.
On our existing
We'll put that on the budget.
I'm thinking maybe it doesn't go on their existing signs.
Put that on the next agenda.
It sounds like Public Works
Yeah.
gonna look at that.
Frank, can we put that on the agenda?
Yeah, on the next, on the 2x2, on the next 2x2, I think we're gonna have a meeting coming up in June or July.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I think they seem to be pretty adamant about the need for letting people know where the school is. Okay, that's all I had. Anybody, anything else?
We have 700 students graduating on Thursday night from La Quinta.
I'll be there.
I'll be there with you in the hot sun.
I'll be there, as I always say. Anyways, with that, I'll recess back to closed session. So,
You want to just push that last item in closed session off to our next meeting? We've done that before.
well,
It's 9 o'clock.
well, if that's council's pleasure.
Yeah, we've done that before. We'll move Frank's review to the next council.
Might do that.
Yeah, let's do that.
Well, okay, let me take that back. We're not gonna recess,
Well, I think we need to go in there and then.
well, if we're not gonna, well, okay. We can do that, and we'll go back in and do our thing, all right?
So we're recessing?
We're recessed.
We are recessing for a
to
portion
closed
of the
and then
session.
We'll,
Recess into recess.
and then we'll,
Continue. We've got to do it in there.
yeah, okay,
We're going to the round room.
yeah, okay.